Why, thank you. Okay, I have indeed hit the record button. It is now formally pressed, and so I am actually on formally recording. Thank you for that. All right. Let me see. So, how you guys doing? I take it you can hear me. Is that true? Somebody say yes. Somebody else say yes. Just let me know. That way I can know that you can hear me out there. Okay. Let me see. All right. Got all you guys popping up. Okay, very good. All right. Okay. Anyone here, and I'm just curious, anyone here tried to do a custom run yet? And then, so you started to work on some of the project, and then you come around and you say, how do I get back to the default? And you're just trying to get back to the default without having to necessarily reinstall everything, right? Because so far we don't have the T2H file setup done yet, but we are working on it. That's something that we may get finished this week, and if so, that'd be cool. What's the value of that? Let me just kind of point out this way. Okay, let me open this up. I'll get on a roll here in a minute, just kind of covering some things that are coming to mind real quick. Weekends kind of got me being sort of slow. You know how in Moji, what do we have? We have PFL files, right? And you guys are familiar with that, most of you anyway. And what are PFL files? PFL files hold on all the information for Moji runs, so that when you have a Moji run, and you would normally fill all the data out. You would normally fill out what your HTML page is. You would fill out what your var sheet is, the CSV file that would go with it. You would fill out where you're going to save it. You're going to fill out what domain name it goes to, how many files you want done on it. And then if you're going to auto-upload it to FTP, you'd fill out the FTP information, the username and password, and whether you're going to encrypt the password because you don't want other people to be able to see it if you send them the files. Like if you have a partner, but you don't want them to be able to see the password physically. You just want them to do the job of hitting next, maybe filling out the URL breakdown on the second tab, and processing. And if you're going to have stuff in the FTP tab for uploading a source folder so you can auto-upload the related images, CSS files, anything like that, and where that's supposed to go. And you would save all this stuff. If you have form submits, you would learn how to build them. We taught you how to make your own form submits, and some of you guys know how to do that. Some of you guys use that every day. You've already got Moji runs that are done. You do them for plumbers. No one but plumbers. You go to Google and look up plumbers and say, hey, for blankety blank bucks, however many, you say, I'll create a marketing channel for you. I'll create, and some of you say it this way, I'll create 1,000 backlinks for you. Other guys say, I'll create 1,000 web pages for you, and you'll do what you're going to do. Well, some of you guys have created your own forms, and you guys know that you can create your own forms, right? By that, I mean this. Let me just stop and make sure you can see it. Again, I'm going backwards to go forwards. Okay, so when you go to the step 2 in any of these projects, and you hit the Run Me, you got this form to fill out, right? It says, what's the name of the production that we're doing here, company or product or service or whatever it is? What's the image file? Fill in where the image file is. What's the destination link, keywords? Backlink text, backlink keywords, multiple backlinks if you do that. Okay, you can. Different people do this in different ways. But this very thing here, this input thing with the production name, image, destination link, can be anything. All it does is make it so that no one has to actually open the CSV file to fill in that related stuff. This could be the name of the thing that you're promoting. This could be the actual image link. This could be the destination link where it's supposed to go to, and the keywords, and the backlinks, and so on, right? Well, in order to, but it's confusing. People don't know what these individual bars are for, right? I mean, you could break it down. In the first column, put this, in the next column, put that. But the reason that we created these forms in the first place was to say, you can make your own and make them say whatever you want. You can make this automatically fill in one or more entries into the var 1000 if you want. This will go into the var 1001. This will go into the var 1002, whatever you want. How's that done? Well, it's pretty simple. We start with a map file, a .map. Guess what the .map really is? Rename to a .txt, okay? And if I have that, boom. Then if you open it, so whatever map file you have, and again, let me make this bigger so you can see. It's just kind of cool seeing this because I'll relate it back to where we're going. What is this? This says whatever I want my form to say. Production name, company or product or service name, and then the pipe. And after the pipe comes the vars I want it to autofill that information into on the CSV file. Okay, so yeah, that CSV file's got to be the only one in the folder, the same folder, and there has to be one in the folder for it to fill it in. Okay, it doesn't know which CSV file. All it knows is it's going to autofill in whatever gets put on that form in the CSV file. Okay, so there's got to be one. And then you can, and you literally hand type in what you want these things to say and what vars it fills in. If it needs to fill in more than one var for some reason, it's just var, comma, var, right? And then whatever you're going to say, keywords, 100 max, 50 optimal, 10 minimum required. That's just the way I set up the rules for it. And then var, comma, var, comma, var, comma, var for 1003 through 1008. Some of you guys have been around long enough, you understand what that's all about. Okay? And then everything else. Anyway, what do we have here? We have this cool thing that we did in text, closed it, renamed it to a .map, .map. Whoops, except I need to put a period there. I didn't rename. .map. Boom. And that means that now my run me form, the .exe thing here, when I click it, it reads that map to open up that world of associations I just made. And when I fill it in and submit it, it updates that CSV file. Cool thing is, some of you guys have figured out how to make a living by just saying to plumbers, say, or anyone, whoever it is that you like to go through over and over again so that you can hand stamp your production line. And you can simply say, we promote plumbers, we backlink plumbers, or whoever it is. And you'll say, just simply fill in our form. And guess what your form says? What's the name of your company? What's the name of your website? What is your phone number? What is your email address? And that might be it. You might even say, what city states do you work in? And that's the city state list so that they can fill it in. They know their city state list. They know who's within range and what they'll do for service. So all you have to tell them is just put one entry per line, phone number, fax number if you have one, if you care, email address, your city states, submit it, and send us that CSV file. Okay? Really. And when they send it to you, what are you going to do? You're going to put it in one spot and hit go. And you're going to, create the 1,000 referral pages on your website that are now going to be populating for that guy. Okay? And guys who want to go a little further can set that up into a project so that you can have your project. So maybe you have your main website, and it could be anything, right? Best roofers in town, and you're doing roofers, okay? This is like a whole way to make a living, by the way, and some of you guys are doing it, and you're doing it only this way. Big guys, big players in the game do it this way. And so then they'll send it off and some guy will respond. They'll see they're in the Chicago area. So they're going to do the run for Chicago. They're going to make a subdomain for chicago.bestroofers.com and create the 1,000 pages into that Chicago for just that one guy. Okay? That's going to be the one guy. And it's going to be the 1,000 pages with that guy's phone number, that guy's email address, that guy's company name, that guy's whatever it is. Image, for the click-through image or anything like that, okay? And that's if you want to offer them an image, or you don't need to. You've got a catch-all. That means a great image for a plumber, okay? In other words, if you keep the work simple for them, you can lower the price and you can do it faster. Now, what's the point? The point is you might charge $65 for that. And when the guy sends you the form, you drag it and hit go. Basically, drag it, choose the folder name, hit go. You're done in 2 or 3 minutes. So literally, you're making $65 in 2 or 3 minutes. And let's just say with the break, that was $65 every 5 minutes. That would be like 12 an hour. And so if you got 12 an hour, that's 780 total jobs you perform. And you're done with your work for the day if you want to be, and that's a $780 a day job. You do that 5 days a week. Equals, and this is your week's income is 3,900 times 4.3 for the average month. Most of you guys know that. $16,770 a month. Doing next to nothing. Some of you guys know how to tag team that kind of thing, right? Especially as affiliates. Okay. Well, all that relies on the concept that you don't need to create the var sheet for the guy. You don't have to think this up. In other words, not that part, because that the guy filled in and it auto-populated. You don't have to think this up. all of this, okay? You don't have to think this up because it already exists, all right? That's where the UAP came into play and became very useful. But then the question started to come out, and people have always asked, isn't there a way to do the UAP for other sites? And some guys kind of do. And I'll point one guy out who certainly deserved his right to mention. That's mojitemplates.com. Or is it Moji-templates? I'm sorry, templates, right? I mean, this isn't mine. This is his. He did this, not me. And so he's got templates, right? And you can buy those templates and you can fill them in. And I'm pretty sure he runs UAP content off of those templates. But then the question also came up this way. What about for the T2H, Control C? What if you want to do that kind of thing also here? Okay, like here would be the reason why I want to create a, my T2H website for this guy real quick. It won't take time. Copy paste his content in, form the pages, rearrange the menus, everything I want. Doesn't take long, right? Do all you guys have the T2H, by the way? I'm just curious. I don't think all of you do. It's not a T2H session, but most of the people are quick on the draw to something like this. Probably have T2H and Moji. Yeah, a lot of yes popping up all of a sudden. Couple of no's. Some of you guys definitely saying both, and that explains why you're here, especially. And for the rest of you, you're just curious. Moji curious. I come up with words with my kids all the time just for the fun of it. That can wait. Yep. Okay. Boom. All right. So, no, I don't know. I'm always saying, don't forget to pick up your dishes when you're done eating, and I call it dish-discipline. That's one. And then when I say, so if you're interested in eating Indian food, then you're curious. And so I just get going with eyeball stuff like that all the time. I love semantics. That comes from being emoji for a long time and doing var sheets. You get really crazy with semantics. It's cool. Before that, it was SQL queries with TFAN, right? I remember a lady ran into the office where a bunch of guys were sitting around computers, and I happened to be there. I was helping them out. And the lady ran in and said, "There are donuts in the kitchen," and ran out. And I just remember being so tired from working on SQL queries, and my brain just started to just auto-fill in something like select donut from kitchen where flavor equals chocolate or cream filled, and bytes equals 0, just going on and on like that. It's nuts how programming gets in your head that way and just drives you crazy. But I don't know. I guess it's a good thing, right? Because we think this stuff up all the time. That's what makes it possible, being a little bit nuts. All right, let me get back to the world here and say this. Well, it's good if what? The most important thing you can do for yourself or a client would be what? You create lots of pages like this, okay? And when you think about the main face of the site, you only want this whole banner slider thing with the schedule service bit to show up only on the front page. You don't want it to show up on every page you click on. That gets annoying. Why? Because you have to scroll down to get to anything, right? But it's valuable, extremely valuable for a first impression when you land on the site. This makes your points, and it makes them in the order you want, and it says just what you want it to say in the order you want, and that's a very, very big deal, right? This is part of the reason this kind of a template is extremely converting. It doesn't matter whether it looks good or looks bad. There are tons of websites that look good, get no traffic. There are tons of websites that look good and get plenty of traffic. There are tons of websites that look bad, get no traffic. There are tons of websites that look bad, get plenty of traffic. As a matter of fact, some of the most interesting stuff you'll do in the back of your mind is disassociating the looks and instead associating the ability to understand what to do on a page and why you want to do it. You got to the page, it should be talking to you by the time you got there. It should be speaking your lingo because that's how you found it. And after that, it should be extremely clear how to navigate to what you're looking for, whether it's the deal down here, the discount coupons, or if you land on this page because you were after free consultation, or whatever it is, who knows, whatever it is being offered, right? Or see the demo, anything like that. And yes, anyone who's not sure if I'm going to go there with this, MLM affiliate programs, same thing, okay? It's all the same thing. You land on a page, and you're supposed to get a first impression. You're supposed to clearly see where to go through from there. And, of course, you don't want to say schedule service on a form. And some of you guys have no use in phone numbers and forms in the first place anyway. I can show you what to do about that later. This bit with the form pretty soon is going to have an update where you can flip it on or off and decide whether it's this or if it's just these, again, 2 more going up, 2 more blocks here that are basically more sections of the site. By the way, while we're here, I'm going to show you something dealing with an affiliate program to make a point that a lot of you may or may not know, but for those of you who don't, this is extremely important to know. So let me just get back to this first. Where was I? Oh, yeah. All right, so this is important, and people usually are going to start picking. You know, they start seeing whatever's happening in the banner slider here. They see what's going on, and they're going to start picking from this top square, right? What do we have? An informative piece at the very, very top, and then we have a top square of actions you can do. Then after that, if those don't appeal to you directly, then what do we have? Content to help explaining why we're here, and what? More actions you can take and get into, right? Coming down the left sidebar is the idea. And this includes whatever we want to flip on in the left sidebar for the menu items. You guys know that, right? Like if I were to flip in here and I were to go to the left sidebar, I can enable things like the Facebook like box or whatever it is I put in there for the coding, and that way when I flip this off, there it is. You know, and now you can click on it, like them, and win, or whatever it is. I just put this here, obviously, as a placeholder. It's for Mr. Reuter. And then if I say, well, I want the featured services above it, you guys know all this, right? Grab the featured services section, move it up, save the sorting, come back, and flip it. Okay? And this is cool. It works for you. It works for clients. Whoever's interested in having sites like this, you can absolutely make these things convertible. Get the convertible, most important actions that they desire, whoever it is that this website is for. If it's you, then it's you. Get it for you. Get the most important things to happen at the top of the page and the least important going down. Trying to get people to convert. Every page is supposed to have a conversion action, and you're leading to whatever it is, the sale, the phone call, join the newsletter, or whatever it is that you're trying to get done. Okay. Now, what did I... Oh, yeah, I wanted to point this out. Because here's what we need to do. This is Best Plumber in Atlanta, and you would assume, well, if I type Best Plumber in Atlanta, okay, and you're not going to see these pages, you shouldn't, because the indexing is turned off, right? I mean, this is supposed to be a demo site, a test site. It's not live, so if I view the page source, up here I'm going to see where robots is set to no index. Robots being set to no index means a direct command to Google not to list this page on Google. It's the same command for Bing. It's the same command for Yahoo. They all obey it, and they do not list this page. Why do these usually exist? A couple of options. One, just like this. You have a lot of website designers creating sites for people, and they just want to show them really quick with a domain name. But they don't want them but they don't want Google to see it and start counting it, because it's not supposed to go live. It's not supposed to get indexed. Otherwise, Google doesn't understand if it gets changed in a week or a day. You know, it's too soon for Google to start counting it, and then it gets changed around. Then Google goes, oh, okay, so really they meant this. Then it gets changed around again, and it just happens too fast, and maybe you're making big changes. Then Google has to reanalyze and consider what you're all about in the first place. But when you get going and you turn that function off, you guys know how to do that, right? Global settings, okay? And you come down to Google and other crawlers can index pages, right? And you turn it on. Yes, you can index, update it, and boom, those pages can go live. Next time the Google bots see them, then Google has a free pass to go and start indexing all that stuff. By the way, we've had guys running these out who are getting these to run out and get indexed in like a couple of days. And some of you guys, let me point out what you forget, because it's pretty funny for me in a way. If you go to the module setting, like the header schedule form, okay, you get, most of you know to change the logo in here, right? Just highlight the logo, and you're doing it for your own business, so you got to hit the image, and you got to go browse for your own logo to put. That way when the emails go off, they use your logo, not ours, okay? And keep in mind that this folder can open up. If you thought you put other stuff up in here and you don't see it right away, it's probably because it's in the subfolder. Just be aware of that, because you can pick whatever logo and stick it on there. If there's a certain logo that's supposed to go on there, then use it. You know, who knows what the logo is? But I could do it now if I wanted. Maybe the width, maybe this is the right size, and I want horizontal space about 15 pixels between the print and the image, vertical space 15. I'm going to leave it aligned to the left. It could go to the right. Okay, and there you have it, right? So whatever your own little icon is, you know, that's what you want to use, your logo, okay, that kind of thing. But what they'll do is they'll forget to change the email address. Man, I can tell when people are winning. I had somebody in, and this goes for plumbers. I mean, the first bit of, hey, this is working, is when I started to get service schedule inquiries for plumbers, just like this right now, because people forgot to update this. And so what I do, I grin, and I'd forward it to the person, and I tell them to get in here and make sure to change the email address because it's coming to me. And same thing down here. The one, well, this covers both. The email block covers both, but there's two emails happening here, right? The one gets sent to you. The other gets sent to the client, thanking them for contacting you. It's all wonderful stuff. It's really, really cool. And the kind of reason that any plumber, especially with a bad site, would want this, because it's a better site. Now, wherever I put that plumbing thing, I'll go back and find it later. I don't want to waste your time, especially on a Sunday night, right? All right, forget it. I'll go get it later. What do I want to say, though? Dashboard. Oh, yeah. Here is going to be the interesting point. What happens when you start to show up for terms and you think, okay, best plumber in Atlanta. Okay, that's based very much on the title tag of the page, right? View the page source, and you see your title tag in here, and it says something like best plumber in Atlanta, Georgia, and then the way it's set right now, it's going to use your website title, so pipe website title. Now that's cool. That just means all you have to do is update your website title in the global variables. You don't call it website upgrade services, you know, you call it like Bob's Plumbing, okay? And that's just for SEO. It's built into the system. So now if I go back here and refresh, you know, if I come back and refresh, now it's going to be about Bob's Plumbing, okay, in the page title. Best plumber in Atlanta, Georgia, Bob's Plumbing, okay? That's cool. Excellent. And that Bob's Plumbing bit goes on all the pages at the end. That's good. That helps Google see the association of all the pages. That's awesome, okay? But what if you, when you're thinking, okay, it's time for me to start showing up for the thousands of keyword combinations that can exist, okay? And you guys understand that, right? You can look up the industry top 100 keywords for anything, you know, 100 keywords for a plumber, emergency plumber, best plumber, 24-hour plumber, plumbing, plumbing guys, plumbing services, plumbing company, plumber company, whatever it is. There's a list of like the 100 most searched for on Google terms. That should be interwoven with every city you have. So if you do business for 15 surrounding cities and you've got 100 main keywords, that's 1,500 different things you're trying to show up on the front page of Google for. And not only is it 1,500, it's 1,500 times 9 that you're really aiming for. You guys know that? And that's like a big deal, right? Because there's 9 different ways you go for any keyword. You could have this, plumber, okay, Atlanta. That's one of the common ways that people would type it, okay, because if they're looking for one in Atlanta, Georgia, right? You could have plumber, Atlanta, comma, GA. A lot of people do that. There is an Atlanta city somewhere else in the U.S., probably Atlanta, Portland, or Atlanta, Minnesota. Sometimes you'll see those results pop up, and you'll think, no, I mean Georgia. And some people just jump the gun and put that down already. The third common one, plumber, Atlanta, Georgia, right? And then what's the next set? The next set, obviously, is the exact opposite. Atlanta, plumber, okay? Because people think about it either way. Some people think geo-target first. And while they're typing that, other people are typing what? Atlanta, GA, plumber, right? Atlanta, GA, Georgia, plumber, right? Okay? And then the final one, plumber, okay, in Atlanta, okay? Plumber in Atlanta, GA. Okay, plumber in Atlanta, Georgia, right? Okay, 9 common ways that geo-targeted keywords are used. And every keyword is like that. I had a veterinarian once and say, look, if I'm a veterinarian, that's only vet and veterinarian in Richland, Michigan. Doesn't that mean 2 keywords? The guys start off that way. Doesn't it just mean there's only 2 keywords that can apply to me? Richland, vet, and Richland, veterinarian. Well, now you realize, no, it's already 18, okay? Richland, Richland, vet, Richland, MI, vet, Richland, Michigan, vet, okay? Vet, Richland, MI, vet, Richland, Michigan, and then veterinarian. But I also showed them a list of searches on Google for dog doctor. In other words, there are people whose dog is sick, and whether they know to type vet or not, they're interested in the specialist, and they will go typing dog doctor, dog clinic, or in the case of a cat, family cat's dying, got hit by a car, and you're in a panic. Richland, well, you're typing in your city, obviously. Okay, that's the most common thing in the world. The most common search on Google, did you know, is a geo-targeted search. 97% of all the searches aimed at buying anything on the internet today include geo-targets. Every money-making opportunity you know of, every MLM affiliate program you've ever heard of, all of them combined account for less than 3% of all searches on Google aimed at buying anything at all. And most of you guys know it because you know, just common sense, you know it. If you look out the window at your neighbor on the right and you try to picture, have they ever typed Mike Filsame's butterfly effect marketing program? Probably not. You know, probably not. And you look out the window at the other neighbor you have the other way. Have they ever typed Mike Filsame's butterfly effect marketing? Probably not. But, and I'll lay you a bet that they haven't, and that the guy in front of you, the guy behind you, if you live in an apartment, the guy below you, the guy above you, probably not. But now let's think about those exact same people again. Has the guy on the right of you ever done a search for a doctor, or a dentist, or an Italian gourmet restaurant, you know, or a plumber or landscaper? Probably. And not just probably, they have probably done searches for lots of those guys. Think about the guy on the other side of you. Exact same rule applies. This is one of the things that led us to start looking at local search. Remember the phrase, it's so 90s? It's so 90s to do it that way. Well, somewhere it dawned on us that a lot of affiliate programs and a lot of MLM programs, when people thought of making money online, they used to think of that first. That was the first thing that popped to mind. Making money online, being an entrepreneur, doesn't that mean MLM? Doesn't that mean affiliate program? No, not anymore it doesn't. It used to. Now it means anything. Helping local companies, brick and mortar companies, show up better, that's a big one. I'll give you an example, and I'd love to hear people, personal guesses. I live in a city. My city is Issaquah. It's just outside Seattle. Okay, we're like a 15-minute drive from downtown Seattle. 20 minutes. Of course, if there's a lot of traffic, it could be longer. 40, 45 if we're stuck in traffic. But 20 minutes on a good day. 18, something like that. I got a question. I live in a little city called Issaquah. Okay, it's not particularly big. I don't remember the population. It's not a big city. I got a question. How many dentists do you think are in this city? Individual dental practices, individual dentists that either market or they don't, they have a big clinic or they don't, they go and help you somewhere else, but they are actually practicing dentists who compete with each other for the same families in this city of Issaquah. Just throw out a number, okay? How many are there in Issaquah for Issaquah residents? Okay, first one I saw, less than 10, 25, 10, 3. Keep going. Give me some more, people. Give me some more. None of you are right. I want to see if anyone comes closer. Ooh, that was close. 100 was close, but it's over the top. The number is 90. Of those 90, you want to hear something else? How many of them have websites? Pretty good guessing, by the way. You guys are starting to get close. Somebody said half. Hey, that's not bad. Of those 90, 60-ish have websites. In other words, if you go to Google and you're trying to find one of the top 10 results for Issaquah dentist, okay, and you just stop cold there, Issaquah dentist, and that was it, okay, and people don't. People know there's differences. There's endodontics dentists, there's family dentists, there's pediatric dentists, there's this, that, and the other. There's every kind of dentist. But if you're just going, Issaquah dentist, there are 90 guys who would love to be on the front page, of which 10 make it. 50 who have websites do not. And the remaining 40 don't even know how to start building one. Okay. Now, it's just a stat I happen to know that deals with dentists. You want to hear something else? Same thing goes for plumbers. Same thing goes for landscapers. Same thing goes for chocolatiers. Same thing goes for homeopaths. Same thing goes for biomed specialists. Same thing goes for financial advisors. Keep going. The list goes on and on and on and on. You know how many of those guys are starving for assistance from someone in their area who can actually help them get something done? They don't know how to do it. They don't even know where to begin. They know you can call a website company. They know the company goes, that'll be $8,500 to start. They don't really have that. But you can make them a better deal and help them understand where they're going faster for a lot less money. And that's cool, right? Okay. And anyone who wonders, some people don't know it and just need to see it for the first time. If I type plumber Atlanta, some of you guys think, doesn't that mean if I show up number one of the top 10 for that? Some of you guys haven't thought about it, but you just figure. If I can make it to the front page of Plumber Atlanta, don't I naturally deserve all 9 of these? Isn't it true that I rank top 10 for all 9 of them? The answer is, heck no. Flippity heck no. No, frickety flippity way no. Those require different pages. This needs a different page than that, a different page than that, more or less. It's not exactly true, but you got to realize that if all you're doing is Plumber Atlanta, you're competing against the guys who are doing Plumber Atlanta, but somebody who goes Atlanta Plumber, if you don't have a page for Atlanta Plumber, then they're going to have a tendency to outrank you because they're more exact to the search, okay? And Plumber Atlanta Georgia, Plumber Atlanta GA also subdefines. If somebody has Plumber Atlanta GA on a page and you don't, they are more exact to the search, okay? Especially if that's in the page title up here in the blue text, right? The blue, most important text, right? You guys kind of know that, right? That's important stuff. So just because you do a search for Plumber Atlanta, if you actually kind of like mentally try to memorize the websites that come up, I don't care if you go through these or not, but step down for a minute and just say, okay, forget yellow pages. There's some guy here, I guess, although that's Best Pick Reports is different. Who's the mom and pop stores? You're just looking for them, okay? There might be that, okay, that. There's 4 at least. And if you switch it to Atlanta Plumber, guess what? Some of those results are going to change, okay? And literally some on the entire page. Some will stay the same. Yellow pages will because they can pull it off. But by the time you get down to the guys that we had before, guess what? 1 or 2 are down and 1 or 2 other guys are up. That's typical. Okay, and the further you get into the searches, the more typical that becomes. Okay. All right. Now, here's the point, though. This is where I'm going to bring this back to. When you make a website for a guy and you're creating like a 15-page website where you copy the guy's information, paste them onto these pages, grab some images. Either the guy has them or you get them from Google Images. Any of you guys ever been scared to do that? Say I need images for Atlanta Plumber. Fine. I do a search for Atlanta Plumber. And then I flip on images. I forget if it's here. More images. Great, got it. I'm going to download some of these and use them on my website. You know why? They're probably not copywritten. You know why? No one bothers copywriting them. They would have to pay $30 or whatever it is for the copyright fee for the one image. Okay. Now, what they can do is copyright the stuff that's for them anyway, the stuff you wouldn't want to put on a competitor's webpage because it doesn't make sense, right? But a generic image like this, okay, this guy's going to have to call and tell me, please take the image out. You may not know this, but it's copywritten, right? Other than that, I can use it. I can take it and use it on my own website. And this is how people get images anymore, okay? I've seen this on so many websites, and you'll see a lot of the same actors. Sometimes you'll recognize that guy shaking hands with someone else in a business suit and smiling across the table, and you'll realize it's an actor. You know, where these guys are getting these images created for people to use. Nobody actually took most of these images just simply. Some they did, you know, like why not in this case, right? But and this has a guy's shirt on, so I wouldn't use it for any particular images. Okay, this I may or may not use if it's a manufacturer. That's one thing. If it's an image for a particular guy, whatever. But a lot of this stuff is just stock. It's just stock imagery, and you can grab it and use it on your websites, and no one's ever going to say anything otherwise. Okay, like ever. And even if they did, guess what? You'd have to be competing with them. They'd have to care. Most of them aren't going to care. If you use just a generic image, even if it came from them, like this one. This is beautiful, isn't it? Guy's standing here with a bowl, water's falling from the ceiling, the family's there on the phone pointing, right? You might say, well, isn't that an incredibly important image? The answer is, well, the guy's an Atlanta plumber. If I did this for a Chicago plumber, a New York plumber, they are way outside of the range of that guy. These guys in Atlanta are never going to care if I'm using this image for a Chicago plumber or a San Francisco plumber, because there's no way that we're using it to compete with them, okay, unless they're also in Chicago or San Francisco. Don't need to use images from the big boys. Just go grab images, okay? But, yeah, that's literally how the world works today as far as that goes, and no one cares. Why do you think all these things are not copywritten and that you can look them up so easily and you can download them? They flatly say, download this image, go get it, visit the page, view the image. They give you options for it. All right? And, yeah, you can just download easily. You can even search only for certain sizes, right? Search tools, more tools, or I'm sorry, show sizes and see them and everything. People get them and use them all the time, building sites, right? And then you can do stuff like plumber logo, and you'll see like stock logos that you can work with, okay? And some of them have names, but many don't. Many just say, the plumber. I just take that, Mr. Plumber. I'd take that too. You know, use any stock logo. This one flatly says company name, tagline. Any of you guys with Photoshop already know what to do with this kind of thing, okay? Yeah, this is perfectly fine and normal. Okay, I'm getting sidetracked, but what I want to say is this. We need to create 1,000 pages. And we want it to be the UAP content, so we don't have to create it. We don't want to have to think about it. We just want it to fit into the page automatically and easily. But we want everything else to stay the way we set it. Okay? This is similar to the UAP concept that you guys are familiar with. Industry-leaders.net. Okay? What is that? That's a UAP page. You guys know that like anything, right? And what do we have on our UAP page? The page itself is intentionally dark. It's got small print. It's got grayed out print, sort of. Nothing's hidden. You can read it. It will bore you to death after a couple of sentences. It'll just say, whenever you're looking for a good company for blankety blank, we're the right company for you. Okay? And it sort of finds a way to keep saying that. Okay? It's completely legitimate. Google has zero problem with this layout. And for anyone who asks, yes, I've been doing anyway. The 500-page kickoffs on Moji Crew is a really good way to get started. Moji-crew.com. If you don't know, okay, I'll get back to where we're going in a minute. And there's that 500 web page kickoff bonus. Any of you who do not have a website and you need a good excuse to get one, to start one, go here, get one. Using this, and we create a 500-page website for you. I just created what was it, 1,000. The guy got 1,060 pages to rank in 48 hours from the last run I did. He started to show up already, and he could be getting traffic. I didn't look. But what I mean is very fast, very simple, and for all of you wondering, yes, that project still works. It's still legitimate. It's still okay. Google still takes it, and it's completely fine. But question was, could we do something more interesting than just this kind of a page, right? That's the point. Okay, this page has worked for everything. It's got a great image, and the whole point of the page is get you to click the image. The image just says it all. Get you to want to click the image, which takes you to the money site, right? The site where you're really pitching. So the purpose of this page is to rank all over Google for your related terms. Thousands of these pages, thousands of these terms that you show up for, okay? Thousands of visitors you can get clicking through, hopefully, and many will, okay? Because this catches the eye. It's the way the page is built. Catches the eye. When you click, okay, then they can get interested in your offer and they can come around and buy. You'll get some percentage who do. It's exactly the way it's been forever now. I've had guys create these, the record that I'm aware of, and I keep saying it's a record because it's the most interesting one I know. A guy created one. It might have been his third run, knew nothing about how to create websites, but he understood from the emoji page how to create this thing. He did his first, well, maybe first, second, third one. It might have been his third one. His first 2 runs may have made him no money. I don't know. His third one, though, he happened to hit the nail on the head. And he made $500 the first month Google saw his pages. Okay, for 20 minutes on that project, maybe. $500 the first month, $1,400 the next, $1,800 for at least the next 6, and then we quit talking about it. If you take $1,800 times 6 plus $1,400, or plus $500 is $1,900, okay? That's $12,700 from that income stream. And it may have taken him a grand total of 5 hours to learn how to do it, starting on the front page of Moji Crew, the front page, by watching that, and that, okay? And then he went, oh, I get it. And then he went and he got it, downloaded it. That's this, the 2HTML project, and then that. And then he conjured up his first run or 2 or 3 or whatever it is. And after his first 2 or 3, who knows how many, not many, it probably took him a grand total of 5 hours to get that run out and start getting paid. So he wound up making $12,700 for his first hardest 5 hours of work with Moji, the part where he didn't know what he was doing. Okay, after that it gets easier because now you know what you're doing. But if you say that's what he made for 5 hours of work, granted it came in bits and pieces over the months. So what? He had it coming to him. Okay, take that, divide by 5. That's a hell of an income right there. $2,540. You know. But again, I was just showing you another way to make $780 in an hour. Okay, things like that are huge, way bigger. While you guys are waiting for your MLM ships to come in, while you guys are waiting for your affiliate program ships to come in, why are you still working a job when you can help a plumber get visible more, help a dentist get visible more, help a doctor get visible more, help a landscaper get visible more, help a roofer get visible more? Who needs you? Everyone who's on page 2 or 3 or 4, right? Plumber Atlanta. Who does not need you? These guys. That's the assumption. Who does need you? The guys here on page 2, the guys here on page 3, and the guys here on page 4, and the guys here on page 5, and the guys here on page 6. Guess what? I'll also lay you a bet. You open any 10 pages, and you're going to find at least one website is just flat garbage. All right, let me show you one more thing before I actually get back to the real work of what I'm trying to do today and keep not doing because I keep talking about this stuff just from the chats and the questions I get. I'm like, oh, man, I got to cover this. All right, let me just show you something real quick. I open Firefox, okay, and I put some of the add-ons there that help me see stuff that you guys can see sometimes. All right, hold on. Let me just get that switched to something else because it's not going to make any sense. I got to start at the beginning. Control-O. All right, right here. This will make more sense. Wow. And, okay, let me open that, and let me just show you. This is nuts for simple, okay? Just to understand how easy this is, all right? Look, Houston plumber, okay? I should clear stats. I could even do anything else. Let me try something else. Let me try Indiana homeopath, okay? Homeopathy. I don't know why. All right, I got guys on the front page. I'm going to assume that they don't need my help. Guys, starting on page 2, mine. I'm going to look for mom and pop options here. I think I'm going to find some. I don't know who's who yet, but I'll figure it out. So I'm going to start opening anything that looks like a typical Okay, Allied Health World, that's not going to be. Vitabase, maybe. Anything that looks like just a mom and pop homeopath, okay? And the same thing goes with plumbers and landscapers. You'll see it in every industry. Okay, that's a reasonable website, okay? They don't necessarily need us for that. Notice how they use the banner concept. This banner concept is a big deal, by the way. This whole get your message made in a quick hurry with the menu up here, okay, and probably some easy-to-reach concepts, easy ways to get to the main stuff on the site. Let me just point that out. Do you guys recognize that? That is what we have, right? Like, oh, take a look at this. This is garbage, right? Here's an example. I opened 1, 2, 3, 4 websites. Fourth one already, this lady needs my help, okay, period. Now, I could send her a form I make with the UAP, with the Better Homeopathy site face that I have, where she fills in her phone number, her company name, her address, her city-state list, and she sends it back to me with $65. I'll hit the button and create what's going to be Indiana dot, who knows what domain I get, best-homeopaths-in-town.com, besthomeopathsintown.com, where this is going to be for, well, Indiana homeopathic. So I'm going to try to figure out about what city she's in. Done, Craig. I'm going to go look up the cities near it and take the biggest one and make the project about that. She'll get that one. Still, $65. She fills out the form and hands it to me. I'll just hit the button to run the pages out for her. Okay. So I'll make $65 in 5 minutes. I'll send her a form just telling her, hey, your site's live. Here's the links. Here's how you can go into Google Webmasters and let them know, that your links are live, or I can do it for you for a small fee, another $5 or $10, And you can do things like that, help people out. Most people do it on their own. I've got a video I show people. Here's how you get a Google account, log in, and submit your sitemaps. It's very, very easy, okay? And that's helpful. It empowers people, and they like learning a little bit of something very useful. And you can tell people in your form letter, here's how you come back and check and see the pages that got indexed, site:/domain.com, whatever it is, right? Nice, cool, easy, wonderful stuff to know and do. Anyway, she needs me. What about this guy? Maybe, maybe not. What about this guy? Maybe, maybe not. This is kind of like too much print, not enough clear, obvious choices. This is weird. Who's going to read that whole bullet point list, really? Really, who's gonna? Not me. What about this? This is a real weird way of trying to get keyword density on the page. This is chop shop stuff. It's very, very much garbage. It's why Moji exists. Instead of trying to shove everything on a one page, we can just create a page for each individual thing. Keyword optimized, page by page for each individual thing. Okay? You can show up for all that stuff on Google. You can't do it like this, now on the front page. But you can if you give me that list and I run it through Moji and create individual pages where the page title, the meta description is about each of these individually, and I make like 5 pages per keyword. Okay? What is this? This is like 50 keywords here times 5, 250. I create 250 pages for a site that way. Look, she's got 235 pages on her site. I could double it in a day. I don't know how long it took her to get 235 pages to show up, trying to show up for whatever it is that they're showing up for, but we could double it in a day. Why would it be really valuable to her? She's got a page rank of 4. So she's got plenty of build-up link juice that doesn't have anywhere to go because there's only 235 pages. If we double the number of pages, link juice spreads through there, but because she has so much, she's going to just keep pegging page 1 anyway, because it's so easy to compete if you have good page rank. So they may very well be interested in a run like that. And since they're this far along and more professional, I'm not going to say $65 to them. Heck no. Be more like $6,500. Okay? And I'll make sure to put some emphasis into the run. Doesn't mean you have to sell runs for $6,500. You can if you're comfortable doing it. Some of you are. I've had guys hop on the 10-day trial. A guy hopped on the 10-day trial and sold a $12,500 custom run without even knowing how to do it. And he turned to me and said, Dave, I got to buy a run from you for $3,500. That's the biggest run you do. I need that one. And he said, and show me how to do this because I don't know. And yeah, there are guys out there who are like that. Okay, there's every kind of person. There's using Moji. There just is. All right. Just on one page, I already found somebody who absolutely I can do something for, keep it cheap, and it would take no time and no effort to do. Okay. All right. Let me get back to the point I want to make. I did, let me see if I can find it, this one T2H Moji project I've been working up. It goes in your C drive, kind of like the 2 Moji HB, but I'm calling it 1 T2H Moji, right? You open it, and I've got a mass folder in here. I've got other folders. I've been building this up to make it really, really easy to automate the Moji side of the house with T2H runs. I already have the video up about that stuff, okay? I was kind of showing people how that went. I've even gotten it better. Pretty soon I'll put a README in here, and I'll make it really obvious, step by step for all you guys, and you'll just know what to do. In the meantime, though, I wanted to do UAP in such a way that you can suddenly do it for all of your T2H websites. So if I took some lady like on that homeopathy site, and I did the site for her real quick, you know what I mean. So I flipped the theme to the homeopathy theme because it'll be the easiest one to start with, obviously. I come back here and flip it, and now I'm here. Okay. Now what do? I go to the global variables, and I start editing whatever should be her name, her position, you know, and I'll go through her email address and phone number, and I'll just start typing it in from her website, right? This is the name of the website. This is the company name of the website, you know, the website name itself, the company name. This is the owner. This is the position, whatever. This is their phone number. This is their email address. This is their address, and their suite if they have one, or I'll leave it blank if they don't, and that works. This is their city. This is their state. This is their zip. State abbreviation. This is the year they started, the beginning year of their operation. I'll fill in everything I can. Update, 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 update. Basically, I'm done. I just did it. Now, if I want to put her content in, what do? And that might be an upsell. Just depends on how you run your business. I might turn off pages I don't need. Maybe I don't need a certain page like homeopathic medicines. I don't need that particular page. I'll turn it off. And it no longer shows up in the menu, right? It was there, but now it's not going to be when this thing refreshes, okay? Because I said I don't need it anymore. And then maybe she said she wants the 10 most frequently asked questions to come first in the drop down or whatever. Or just period to come across the bar. Any of this stuff you can easily rearrange. I'm not going to redo that explanation because most of you know it. Okay. But what am I going to do? I'm going to copy and paste in her information. She has a what is homeopathy page. Fine. Maybe I'm going to leave it. Maybe that's the page title, but I'm going to go back to her website, copy her page, just literally copy it, paste it in here, stick the headers on the way I want, call that a header 1 or 2 or 3, make this like a paragraph, okay, and that's normal. It's just like that. And when I'm done, I hit update and reload or update. You know, after I copy 10 or 15 pages, I have her website. I turn off all the pages I'm not using. The rest, that's all her stuff. I did that work, okay? I could bring her logo in and color match the scheme real quick. It's not hard. You guys know how to do that. Go to the global settings. Go get the website logo. You know, browse. If you don't have it on there already, upload it. Choose it from your computer, wherever you put it. Boom, boom, boom. And then upload it. And then just double-click it to select it because it'll instantly appear. And it becomes your logo, right? Update that, and then just go do your color settings. How do you want to do the website theme? By the way, I'll show you after we do a break here. I'll show you how to do Silver Lotto real quick, at least the first part of it so you can see. For guys who are thinking, what about MLM programs? You know, how can we do an MLM program with those 4 blocks for the images? Oh, heck, for those of you who never thought about it, what do you think could go there? First of all, if you haven't thought about it, this is cool. Take an MLM program that's a long sales pitch page, right? You guys know it's a one-pager website, so it can't do much on Google because there's no related pages, right? Somebody stuffed it all on one page, okay? So what do? You chop it into sections with images for each section to make smaller, readable pages. Not just that, Google realizes you have subpages. You can copy, paste, and chop the information down into topics and make it a multi-page website. You take the one long sales pitch page, make it a multi-page website, right? Color match. Use the you pull in new images, either from the guy's website or from Google Images. Anything that looks like money, 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 if that's what it is, okay? And what's your point there? Your point is you can get that whole thing done, and all of a sudden your website has more power than the original one long sales pitch page had. You can outrank those. Now, the only other thing you want to do is get bigger than all your competitors, because you just did the right thing. By the way, anyone not know this? We do have the spin rewriter. So like if you go into any page and you say, well, here's the page, the original content, but I don't want to use the original content, you use the spin rewriter API. And when you do that, let me see something real quick. Okay. Yeah, that's right. I don't have it configured. All right. Whoops. Hold on. Yeah, hold on. Because I can't give you my spin rewriter code. I just can't. It's not configured. You just put in your email address to log in a spin rewriter and your API key. And you decide if you want the confidence level low, medium, or high. Those of you who know, confidence level is low means don't change too much. Don't go haywire. Confidence level is high is go for a great deal of crazy variation, right? If you don't have your spin rewriter API and you want one, click this link. It takes you there to get one. Go get one. And then after you set it up, you come back and paste it in, and you're perfectly good. You can decide how you want to do it. Generate text from spun or just whatever protected terms. You can put them in here if you need them, like Acme Inc. You don't want Acme to change, so make it a protected term. API methods. Are you going to just use the unique variation and place it, or are you going to download spun text from Moji, or what do you want to do? Scroll down, hit Use API, and if you're just spinning it in place, use a unique variation place in the content area, then when you hit Use API, it changes this right in place. It's suddenly changed. Everything is done. Just go through and just kind of read through it quickly, make sure it reads reasonably well, and if it doesn't, just real quick fix it. And guess what? You suddenly have a new page that Google's going to say yes to. You can create whole new websites with whole new wording without having to think it up in an hour per website without question. So you can charge by the hour. What are you willing to work for? Literally, you can do it that easily. Change the image. There's the image block. And all of this black print with the big black follows the rules of the website when the page is done. You guys know that, right? Okay. So then it all comes out like this. It looks like black print and simple wording in there, but it comes out like this because these are the rules we have for our website, right? And it's like that on all the pages. Okay. There's a Moji'd out page from the work I'm doing. And here's this. All right, so let me see. Then the question is, what's it take to create the UAP? And here's the point. You got your main stuff up here. You got your menu the way you want, logo, phone number if you want a phone number, open if you want open. By the way, can you do stuff with that? Yeah. And also, does it have to be like open? No. Opening days, text, and header. Already we've been doing this. Just highlight it, Maybe put a space before and after, but you could just highlight it, and you could say, do something like that, and it's got, yellow if you want it to stand out better, right? There you go. It stands out better, doesn't it? Just like that. And that's on every single page, right? Ain't that cool? All right. Does this have to be a phone number? No. You could just say contact us, whatever. It's wording, really. That's all it really is. So you go to the call us header text, and you just have it say something else. Say whatever you want to say, okay? And so it doesn't have to be a phone number for all of you who, I've had guys stop and say, I can't use this template because this is a phone number. And I think, I don't get it. You could say, check out our testimonials. You could say, $10 free trial. You can say, or well, whatever, 10-day free trial. And you can change the font, the size, the colors, and everything on this just using that little block. That's what it's for. Do all you guys know that there's demos you can play with? Do all of you guys know that you can go log in and change these things around all on your own before you ever buy it? Just to see if you like it and see what you can do and see how well you understand it. Do you know that? You go to here. This is the website, competitive-companies.com. This happens to be a website I have where I set the demos up. Except what you want is a prefix for a subdomain called demo1 dot. Demo number 1 dot. competitive-companies.com. Okay. Now I've got 10 because if two people are logged in at the same time doing the same thing at the same time, then of course they're going to override each other's actions. They're not going to see what's going on. But I put up 10, so they all act the same. Demo 1, Demo 2, whoops, Demo 3, right? Demo 4, Demo 5, all right? It goes through Demo 10, Demo 1 through Demo 10. To log into any of them, the user is admin. The password is demo. All you have to do is go to /administrator, administrator, okay? So for instance, you can do it now. Just pick a number like randomly, go, okay? And admin, demo, log in. And then whatever you decide to do in here is for you to test. You want to change variables and see what happens on the front pages? Do it. Change the variables. You could right-click Pages to open the link in a new tab, go, and then just hit this to actually open it, whatever page, okay? All right, you're seeing the front, and you can change it and see what it's like. You can change the order of the menu items. You can change the order which these banner items appear. You can do all kinds of things. It's fun. Get in and see what you can do. Some of you guys have been creating MLM programs out of this and affiliate programs out of this. And you're here because you want one idea. Once you can create the UAP pages, you can hand them out to your downline or sell them to your downline by the page. $1 a page to have completely unique pages to promote, not just replicated pages. Oh, you guys know what the problem with replicated pages are? What's the problem when you get an affiliate link? What's the problem with, say this was an affiliate program, demo5.competitivecompanies.com, and your affiliate link is / REFID equals 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What's the problem with this thing? The problem is it's not a new page at all, right? You guys know that? It is only this page. They'll tell you it's your page. So you sort of think it's your page. They'll tell you it's your link if they're trying to be legal. But it's not a different page. It's just their page. So whenever you go to forums and promote it, who gets the benefit on Google? Who gets the benefit here from all that work? The main page. That's the only page that ever got promoted. So whatever this page is about is getting all this link juice and power and backing and backlinks that you are putting out for the owner to show up for their keywords for as many thousands of pages as they choose to make. On the one hand, it makes a program owner your enemy. On the other hand, it can make them your market. Do some of you guys know that some of the emojiers out there would actually make a emoji project for a guy's MLM program? Take it to the MLM owner, the guy with 10,000 downline, and say, let's throw a webinar and we'll sell these pages in stacks. We'll sell them in stacks of 100 to each affiliate in your downline who wants to come to the webinar and buy them. We'll sell them in stacks of 1,000, stacks of 2,500, completely unique pages. And we'll make it so the guys can come back and buy more to get bigger spread on Google anytime they want. And because they bought the pages, they have the rights. If people are doing searches and some of their pages appear and they click on those, well, we'll make sure to have the tracking in there. And they can see it. We'll just make sure it works. You and me will figure it out. And they will get their affiliate pay. But here's the point. Not only did you create the 10,000 pages up front to make your affiliate program better, but you are actually going to sell the pages before you even start. That's crazy, huh? Some other people would say this, and they've done this. I'm an affiliate for a program. I'm a guy in an MLM program or a gal in an MLM program, and I want to give people a reason to join me. What can I give them, Dave, that has to do with Moji that I can just cut and dry give them for joining me? And I'll say, well, that's the easiest thing in the world. They join you. They can fill out your simple little form or your little notepad file where you say, give me your name, your phone number, da-da-da. Fill it in, hit go. Create 100 pages for them. Tell them you did. Create 1,000 pages for them. Tell them you did. Tell them if they want more, they can buy it from you for $25 a pop or $50 a pop or $100 a pop or $250 a pop. However you want to do it. Build your own downline up. They'll come because you can already offer them something. big, and you can show them how to get their own downline and get them on pages. And if they want more and they want to buy, then you can split it with them. And you know what? You guys can outperform the rest of the whole MLM program. Things like this can be done. Okay? And the last thing I want to say about that is you guys know on MojiPro.com, okay, I made this a long time ago, to start putting some of the training in there that just, I mean, we got too much training as it is for a lot of people, right? Go to MojiPro.com/strategies.html, okay? Strategies. We have strategies that people have thought up and used starting from 5 years ago. We took on a webinar. Some of you guys remember on a webinar. Some of you guys were here with us 5 years ago when we launched Moji and it was new. And within the first few months that people were going hog wild with it then, okay, people started to come back. Must have been a year, maybe it was a year before we actually had this list this big. It was all these things people were doing with Moji that we never thought of in our lives. Just it never would have crossed our minds. Okay? These are different ways to make a lot of money with Moji. Some of you guys are going to be partial to this one. Some of you guys are going to be partial to that one. Some of you guys are going to be partial to that one. And you don't even know what these strategies are yet. Okay? But you might go read it and go, ooh, I see myself doing that. And you can see yourself making a lot of money doing that. It's a big, big deal. So if you haven't seen this page yet, you might want to. Let me just copy, put it in the chat box. Okay. All right. Or wherever that goes. Chat box. I got to open that thing up, don't I? Here it is. All right, so you can see it. All right, what I'm going to do for you and give you is the easiest way, I know, to create the thousands of pages that you're looking for, which is means you're going to get, it's going to be 1,000 chances to see that video, that movie. Let me see if I can get back to right here, say, in such a way that if you set something like this up real quick for a client, and you don't need to change a lot, I changed the logo, the phone number, the city, state, and the year, you know, and what, like the city, state also. I just make sure that my run includes the city, state list, but it will. You're just going to fill this stuff out, okay? And the rest of this almost completely gets to be the same as long as they're willing to accept that for an image. I mean, you might put a different catch-all image in there. Or you might keep it in and say, what do you think? You know, it's up to you and how you do your thing. But if I was doing this for plumbers and I just wanted only to do plumbers so I could always make the same deal, pitch it the same way, make it really easy to memorize and tell people, hey, do you want this? I'll do it for you. It's cheap. You're going to want it, you know, and just tell them, right? One after the next, okay? Then all I'm going to change is that, and maybe that for another backup image. You could have a backup image you could flip back and forth between, okay? And then I'm just going to run out the rest of it with the Moji form and hit go, and I'm done. You know, and I'll make sure that I get the featured services in that they want and in the right order that they want, okay? And then, and this is what it is, if I do the website form, I'm an hour in. You know, obviously your first one or two or three, if you're doing this for any industry, your first one or two or three, you're getting your feet wet, but that's why I gave you that competitive company's website. Go play with it so you learn how it works, okay? But by the time you're doing runs, you could be doing them, and it could just take an hour, right? So you can price it for an hour. You can give a guy a hell of a lot of a website for an hour of work. If they already have one, you could get the content, copy-paste it in. Make it look nice, okay? If they have no website, you need content from them. They've got to write you content so you can copy-paste it in and make it look nice, okay? Either way, you're only going to put like an hour in so you can pay whatever you want. You can flip them on Flippa to guys who know how to flip them to plumbers, dentists, doctors, lawyers, Indian chiefs, chocolatiers, whoever it is you're doing them for, okay? Chiropractors. There's people with all kinds of ideas and people who make a lot of money with this. So one of the latest ones I heard was a plastic surgeon. There are guys doing them for plastic surgeons. There are plastic surgeons saying, yes, I want that, just so you know. Okay. Then the other thing is this. Mojing the rest of it with their information is like another half an hour. But the thing is, that's the part that looks like the most work to anyone. Because it's not just 15 pages. It's 1,000, 2,000, 5,000, 10,000, 25,000, 100,000 if you actually wanted. You could run it on website after website after website, 10,000 times 10 if you wanted, and that would be to kick them off, and then you'll revisit all the indexing in like a month or two, and then when most of the pages are indexed, then you add another 2,000 per month, or you give the guy the push button to do it himself if you price it in and give him the software too. Okay. Point is, this is going to be the easiest way to make a lot of money because it will literally take you about 5 minutes to do the work, but it looks like it's worth thousands and thousands of dollars. Now, make no mistake about this. It's UAP, right? That's why it's easy to do the work and charge so much for it. It's UAP. People aren't paying you for the work you do. They're paying you for the results. The fact that you're going to create these thousands of pages that canvas all of the related keywords surrounding their business to capture whatever it's going to wind up capturing in the way of traffic in the end. Okay? But you're going to give them the biggest, broadest, best chance their website can ever have to reach as far into the spectrum as possible, and you give them a push button that lets them keep doing it if they buy the button from you. In other words, if they buy the Moji Pro software as part of what they're buying from you, and you get that from us at wholesale, send it to them with their batch file button to press on. All they do is hit that step 2 or 3 or whatever you call it, run.bat. And that's it. You just tell them hit it once a week. That's it. And it makes their sites bigger so that they can get more traffic. Magic button, right? You get to sell a magic button. Imagine that. And a lot of you guys know that and do that. Okay. Now, and with the pricing being now, it's so much easier, right? What do I want to say about that? Because there's so much going on. Oh, yeah. If you're doing custom work, it's a lot harder. If you go and do a UAP job from us, it's easier. If you do a custom job, it's much bigger. And it always is going to depend on who gets the websites. If somebody's doing a custom run from me on 10 websites, then we're going to charge them for 10 hosting accounts and get them 10 hosting accounts because you kind of have to. And so already that's $850 plus another 300 or so for the dedicated IPs is 1,150 just to buy the websites with no work. And of course, somebody has to go buy 10 of them. That means they have to buy 10 of them and go line up all the passwords, line up all the usernames, line up all the FTP access and everything. So yeah, I mean, they should be paying you $1,500 anyway to do the runs from them, even if it's UAP, if they want it on 10 of their own big hosting account websites. Now, if they want the cheaper package, what do you think that means? That means you buy the one hosting account and put 10 domains on it. I got a question. Why don't we just do that? How many of you guys do not know the difference? How many of you guys think, why on earth would you buy 10 hosting accounts instead of just 10 domain names on one hosting account? I mean, isn't that just to give yourself a reason to make more money? Isn't that it? No, it's not it. Anyone know the answer? Anyone not know the answer? I'd love it if you do know the answer, say yes. If you do not know the answer, say no. If you just honestly don't know and you think, why in the world not just get 10 domains on one website? Oh, that's cute. Somebody said, now you have me confused. I love it. All right. Some of you guys know, some of you guys don't. That's cool. That's interesting, too. Here's the answer. If you buy 10 domains on one $85 HostMonster account or one HostGator account or one GoDaddy account, and you just keep putting new domains in the same account, here's the short answer. Back to Atlanta, Georgia, or I don't care. Let's use something new so we don't get bored. I don't care. And even if it is Indiana, hold me up. Okay, I don't care. Indiana, or how about this? How about Elkhart, Dennis? Okay, it's gonna do something to do something. All right. Oh, there's the possibility of being 10 of the results on this page. Okay. Google wants to show a different website, a different website, a different website. It wants to give all these websites a chance. No, this does not translate into giving different people a chance. It translates into giving different points of view, pitches a chance, but Google doesn't care who owns the websites. Google only cares what? That they're on different IP addresses, that they are different hosting accounts. Google does not care if they are all HostMonster accounts. Google does not care if they are all HostGator accounts. I've had guys say, well, don't you have to use different hosting accounts? The answer is no, you don't. What if somebody launches Empower Network tomorrow and guys run out to become affiliates for Empower Network? And the first guy gets an account on HostMonster. Woohoo! He creates his own website. Tippity, tippity, tap. He's working away, creating a blog. Who knows? Second guy gets his on HostGator. Woohoo! He starts creating his blog and everything. Tippity, tippity, tap. He's doing his website. Going to be a big Empower Network affiliate. Okay. Third guy gets one on who knows what. I mean, there's so many, right? And then finally, that was starting Monday. By the next Monday, somebody goes, okay, I'm going to go to HostMonster and get an account and become an Empower Network affiliate. And he goes to. And he does. Now, does anyone stop him? HostMonster, Google, and say, sorry, there's no chance that you're going to rank because someone already got a HostMonster account. No, it's not going to make any sense at all. Not at all. There are not that many hosting account systems or services. Okay? What's that supposed to mean? That if you're a dentist, you can only be one of 10 or 15? Because how many hosting accounts can you name anyway? 10 or 15? You know, ISPs, right? 10 or 15, you know, hosting providers. And what? After that, there's like not supposed to be any anymore? That doesn't make sense at all. But the reality check is when you put new domains on the same hosting account, they are just shortcuts to folders of one website. That's the top-level website, right? That's it. It's the top-level website. It's one website. Google will only show the top-level domain or one of the pages from the website, which could be one of the other domains, from that one whole setup you just did. Okay? Anyone else cannot possibly be one of your guys that you resold your HostGator hosting to. Okay, if you're a reseller of hosting services to people, okay, they cannot show up next to you for the same project, okay, doing the same project, okay, because Google's going to only see one of those pages as mattering, and they're going to show something from somewhere else, okay, and they're going to show entirely different pitches, entirely different verbiage, right? That's why we like differentiation. Okay, I've had other people say, shouldn't the page title be the exact keyword? When do you ever see the page title be the exact keyword in a bunch of cases? I mean, you know how many people probably thought to make the page title Elkhart Dentist? They're in here. They're just not on page 1. They're on page like 187 and page 312 and page 519. Now, the guys who show up in the front, Google's not going to show Elkhart Dentist, Elkhart Dentist, Elkhart Dentist, Elkhart Dentist, Elkhart Dentist, Elkhart Dentist, Elkhart Dentist. You know how bizarre this page would look if the top 10 guys said Elkhart Dentist because 10 people got the same book, learned the same thing? Even if 2 people did. Your page title is supposed to be the keyword. No, it's not. It's supposed to use the keyword. It's supposed to involve the keyword. It's not supposed to be the keyword. And it's not supposed to be a copy of anything on the front page because if it copies any of these other ones, Google doesn't want to show 2 things that say the same thing that point in different directions. No. Got to be different. Cool thing about Moji, you auto-create the differentiation you need. You don't have to think about it. You just auto-create it automatically based on your model, and it works. Okay? So if you've got different hosting accounts and you Moji the same UAP project through them all, you can be all the results on the front page. And just, I mean, we absolutely made that point on this industryleaders.net page. I show you a page with that result. Okay? You see this, okay? Up above me, you see, okay, Google AdWords. That's a Google AdWord. Those are Google AdWords. But then these are me. You know why they're all me? They're not the same website. This is Moji Crew. That's industryleaders.net. They've got a couple of results. But then you got SeattleWebsiteMarketing.com. Then you got Moji-pro.com. That's different than mojipro.com, by the way, different website. Then you've got building-websites-today.com. Then you got moji-samples.com. And guess what? They're all different hosting accounts. If they were all different domains on one hosting account because I was trying to save some money, I would screw it up. I'd show up once on the page. I wouldn't be here. I'd be here somewhere, but I'd only be one result. Can you guess which one? Nah, neither can I, but I probably wouldn't get clicked on, right? Here, this is what you want to do for clients. This is what you want to do for yourself. This is the goal of the world, to shove all your competitors to page 2. That way you don't have to worry how sellable your pitch is because you just control the page. All your competitors on page 2. That's the goal. And you want to do that for thousands and thousands and thousands of keywords over the next few months. That's the point. Okay. Anyway, here's where we're going, and then we'll take a break. I'll just kind of warm you up to it. I'm sorry I keep going every which way, but it's kind of fun. There's so much to talk about, right? Here's what I did. I created 2 things. One is a text file. It's the SEO-friendly fields text file. Okay. It's got what you put for the browser title for the page. You copy this, you paste it in. It's got what you put for the meta keywords and the meta description. You just copy this and you paste it in. Copy this and you paste it in. You're thinking, where do I copy and paste it in, Dave? Let me show you. Come in here. Doesn't matter what theme you're working on. Go to the pages, and there's only one page that can have the banner at the top, right? Because it would be completely aggravating if every page you clicked on did this at the top, right? This is only supposed to be the one page at the top. But if I want to emoji it, I want these on all those pages, right? Because I want it to be the entrance. I want people to land and be able to click on the menu links right away, okay? Whatever it is I'm offering. I want them to be able to click any of this right away and get to the website, okay? But I need to create different pages. They have to have different page titles, and they have to have different verbiage in here so that Google says yes to thousands and thousands of them that are all going for different page titles so you can show up all over the place on Google. Okay, but they need to have the right logo for whoever it is who we're pitching. They need to have whatever, the right phone number. They need to have the right open Monday through Friday, whatever it is, right? But then this is all I'm going to change, and the SEO-friendly fields. How? Like this. I edit the page, the home, except that, think about this, I'm going to edit this page. Oops. Before I edit the page, why don't I just do myself a favor and make me a backup? Because I'm not going to want the page to be mojied forever. I just want to make a mojied version of the home page. So I'm going to duplicate that home page real quick. Duplicate. Okay. There it is, the duplicate one with index-1.html. I'm going to just go in there long enough to do this. I do not want it in the menu because otherwise it's going to be in the menu twice. It's going to say home, then home. See that? I don't want that on all my pages. That doesn't make any sense. Okay. So do not be in the menu. It's a page without a menu link. And I'm going to call it something like home-backup. Okay. That's kind of like the page name, right? That way I know what it is. Okay. I can update that. Okay. Now I got my backup, and it is not in the menu, which means if I go just double check, go double check this one. Yeah, it's not in the menu anymore. I took it out. Okay. That makes sense. Now, but since I made a backup, it's there. I can paste it back in to get my original homepage back. Right now, I want to do the mojied work. Watch how easy this is going to be. I need to create the mojied page. I need to change everything in here to what should be the UAP. And I need to change the browser title, the meta keywords, and the meta description. What's that going to give me? It's going to give me a page where the HTML version of the page is an exact match to the CSV file I created for it, so it's already done. The CSV file is going to be already done. It's this one here. It's got its own unique version. It says plumber right now, but it doesn't need to. I don't care what it says. You can rename it to anything you want. It's a catch-all. But when I open it, it's already done. I can use the form to change the fields to make it for anything I want to make it for to pitch. But all the rest of this stuff, this is the UAP. It's the UAP. Okay? Isn't that cool? So it's already done. So watch. I'm going to create it like this. Browser title. Control-C. That's what I'm going to put right there for the browser title. Boom. That takes care of the SEO for the browser title. I need the meta keywords. Control-C. You guys smell any kind of automation coming out of this? Because, yeah, we're going to get it done. Meta description. Control-C. And again, this is the part that looks hard. The part that companies are willing to pay you more for. Oh, wow, I got to do all this stuff, right? Complete with H1 tags and H2 tags and paragraph and everything. Guess how easy that's going to be? Well, first let me go back to this. I'm done with my SEO-friendly fields. Okay. Second part, I got something called a UAP model.html. Okay, if I open it, oh, that's funny. It's got a placeholder for an image. But what is it? It's the H1. All the H2 stuff, it's got the links built into it. It's got all the paragraph stuff built into it. Very simple coding, right? Interesting. So what does that mean I can do? I'll show you. I can edit it or open with Notepad, whatever you need to do. That's it, right? I can Control-Alt, Control-C, flip back. Now I copied the whole thing. That's what I did, right? Edit, copy, edit all, select all, copy. Go to the source code, click in here, so I'm highlighting in here, Control-Alt to select all, Control-V to paste over the top of it, right? You guys could just right-click and hit copy and paste and stuff. It's no problem. Flip the source back. I just did it. I just did it. What? Less than 5 minutes. We copied and pasted, copied and pasted, copied and pasted, flipped to source, copied and pasted in here over what was there already. We could just highlight it and delete it all. Control-Alt, delete. And then come back and get this, copy, select all, copy, click in here, right-click, paste. Source. It's done. Update. Guess what? Right now, temporarily, I'll use my backup to get the original homepage back later. If I refresh this, guess what? See that? A varred out page title, complete with whatever I was calling this. Remember that you care about getting the page to say what you want. This should not say website upgrade services, right? It should say Bob's homeopathy. Well, and homeopathy. I'm just going to be all chauvinistic about this. I'm not trying to. And homeopathy. Okay. There. That way this page, if I refresh, it says what it's supposed to say, and it's saying and homeopathy up here on all the pages now, like it's supposed to. And look at all the useful stuff up here that makes sense to all these things you can choose to do, except that I won't have mine say scheduled service. I'll change that. Okay. If I scroll down, there it is. All the var sheet stuff, the UAP, everything else is the way the website's supposed to be, whatever's supposed to be here. Obviously, that's not supposed to be here. It should be a homeopathy thing. I can go change the image or take it out. It doesn't matter at all. Go to your pages and do it. I could go to my page. I could just either take the image out or just, put another image in there. I might just take it and put my cursor where I want, find where an image should go, stick some kind of an image in that makes sense. It's not going to be too big. Who knows what I want it to be. Just some homeopathy image, right? Like so. How's that? Maybe it shouldn't be quite so big, so I'll take the width down to like 260. That's cool. Align it to the right if I want. 15 pixels of space above and below and to the left and the right. I might be done with that. Great. I just did it. Update. Now, if this looks like a lot of work somehow, remember, it's not. You're going to create thousands and thousands of web pages off something this simple. Okay, this is not a lot of work. It's not. Okay, when you break it down, you're going to wind up having pages you created that took you split seconds of work each. That's the average. It's like writing out more than a page a second. Okay, is literally the amount of work you put in here. It's thousands of pages. And look at how beautifully it's broken out. It's broken out wonderfully. So Google's going to allow you to create thousands of these that show up for all kinds of different keywords that are going to be completely normally readable. It'll say, if you're looking for homeopathy, we're the best homeopath, da 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 da. It's going to say that so many ways. Kind of boring, but it got you here. It got you to where you're reading this. It got you to where you can click on any of these. It got you where you can click on any of those. And when you come down, if any of this is kind of boring to read, so what? There's all this other stuff you can do. You can click on the YouTube video. You can click on the join their Facebook. You can click on the testimonials. You can do whatever you want here, right? So we just did that, and that is easy, right? So your results here. How do I import this thing and do the emoji run on it? That's simple. And heck, I haven't even tried this in like a week, so I got to remember myself how easy it is. It's so simple. Import the global variables is done. Import the emoji page. That's what I called it. So let me get rid of the last one. Delete. Import the page. Emoji toolbar import. There's the page. Take out the HTTP stuff because it shouldn't be there. Just the domain name, you know. There's that. There's that. Done. Okay. I can close this now. Okay. And guess what? I just created my index.html. Okay. Now, the only thing I want to do to this, okay, last thing, and I'll come out with a way to automate this next, but this is important to know. If you go to edit it, okay, you're going to find one thing is something you got to be careful of, and that's this. In here, I will find my domain token, right? The domain token, the one that says domain in big fat hairy letters. Or did I take it out? Maybe I actually solved it the last time I dealt with it and I forgot about it. If you can believe that. I've been doing too many things at once. Domain. Oh, no, don't need it anymore. I can just replace this with domain for the domain I want to use. That's right. I'll create a version that has domain and a version that doesn't, so you know. Anyone that wonders, here's how I do it. Just highlight whatever it is, like http yourresultshere.com is the website. If I want to make this go for a different website, I can just change this to domain. Control-C, Control-H, Control-V. Domain. I'll have very clear and obvious instructions in this thing because, yes, this is truly easy to do. And I will actually just start by creating two versions of the page so that you'll know which one to use for which purpose. But the point is now, this profile I have set in here is set to use it if it's called plumber.html. It's just the way I set the profile up. Again, I'll put the names on here or in the instructions so you know what to do. But basically, it'll just be a model. So I'll delete this one so I can call the other one plumber long enough so you can see. Rename plumber. Okay. And the URL breakdown's done for it already. So now I can change like my keys if I want. Okay, I can grab my keys and paste them into the project. Okay, I'll just put them where they go, or I'll use the form. I'll actually incorporate the form. That way you won't even have to think about how that works. It'll be so easy in the end. It's almost there. It'll be so easy your clients can use it. And then what do? Well, you're done. You just hit the batch file and let it start creating the pages, and it'll put it on the website you had cited. I forget what website I had. And literally, that was it. That was all your work. So I've got the last few steps to do to make this easy for you guys to operate. Okay, so it'll work the way I'm saying because I had it working the way I was doing for myself. I'm showing you guys how it's going to work for you. And you'll see it and be able to use it very, very easily. So now, if you already saw the video on how to pull in files and use them automatically for Moji, that's one thing. But this next bit with the mask, this will make your work incredibly easy as well. And you can now UAP any of these. If you decide all of a sudden to change to a different theme. Well, first let me restore the home page just in case you want to see that. How do you restore the home page? Well, that's pretty easy. I'm going to open this home back up in a different tab. I have that in one window. Okay, that's got everything I need here. Then I'll open up this home page I have now in the other window. It's got everything I'm done with. So I go over here, and I could select all and copy it, right? Control-All, copy, but I want to preserve everything, right? So I'm just going to go to source code, select all and copy there. That way it's exacting. Control-All, Control-C, okay? flip it over here, source code, Control-Alt, Control-V, done. Okay, close. And you can see that, well, that's back to normal. All that's done. And the only other thing I really had to do and forgot to do, here, let me open Pages in a new link. I'll get that other one open again, the backup, is the SEO-friendly fields at the bottom. Okay, and I'll just put those back too. It was the only other thing I changed. Put it back. That's it. Just put it back. Meta keywords, I didn't have anything in there. And then meta description. Control-C. Okay, WAP. Update. And now it's completely done. You're right back to where you started with your original homepage anyway, but you made it possible to create literally thousands of pages, tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands. All right, it's legal. It's just that Google's not going to index them all. No one's going to make that many pages. It's crazy. But a good 5,000 page website and then add 1,000 pages a month, something like that, you can keep adding value all year. If they want to keep paying you all year or however you want to do it, or if you're doing it for yourself. Okay, you can certainly make anything bigger that way, right? You can make everything bigger. Just for the fun of it, just so you guys can kind of see, I was doing a silver lotto thing, just to kind of so you can sort of see how that works. And I want to show you one other cool trick that exists now for the guys who have the T2H. How many of you guys want to create a backup and you just would love to have the dummy backup of the original installation? Because right now you can't restore the backup. That's coming. We're hoping to have that done this week. And you just love to be able to put the original one back up. You're almost scared to change anything because then you're afraid you're going to lose this. And you're like, how do I save a backup of all this stuff? There is a trick to it, and I'll show you what the trick is. I can actually show you right now. Let me do it like so. I just got to think about a good way to do this. Let me pause this real quick. I got to log in. Host Monster. And let me do it maybe for this website. All right, because I got a lot of accounts. That's this one, right? Yeah, I think so. Let me see. Okay, cool. Let me just show you. I'm almost logged in. All right, check this out. Well, I have my installation here on this website. It's got all these themes, and I play with them. I switch to whichever theme I wanted to do, like the real estate theme maybe, okay? And I come back, and I'm doing stuff on my real estate version of the page for some real estate guy or for someone else, you know, just whatever it is I felt like doing, right? And I can export the websites and send them to these guys, you know, and the forms will work immediately. Everything will work. But the question is, right now, how do you save builds? Because if you go changing stuff around, you want to be able to come back to the defaults, right? Just in case you need to or want to come back to the defaults. Let me show you. You log into your Host Monster account, okay, where you put this thing up, or whatever account where you put this up, okay? Go to PHP MyAdmin. And if you go to PHP MyAdmin, okay, you're learning cool skill sets. Again, it's not just Moji related or T2H related. Then you use the same information you would use, forgot about this part, to log into your Host Monster account, okay? You would use it to log in here to your PHP MyAdmin. It's the same way you log into your Host Monster account by default, okay? I'm there. Well, guess what? And I can save the password. Here is that table I made. I even recognize it. I recognize that when I installed T2H, I created this database right here. So I'll click on it. Okay. I see it, and I see all of the tables involved in it. Well, guess what I can do with this thing? I can export the whole thing. Export. Just don't change anything. Just stick with the basics. Hit go. Format is SQL. Okay, I don't know what format's the default for you, but it should be SQL. Hit go. And it saved it. Now, what can I call that? Rename. I can rename it. It doesn't have to be the name of the database. It's just what it called on download. It always calls it the same thing. I'll just call it default. There. Now, I can go changing stuff around. I can get out of here. And I can come back. And I can start changing stuff around. Let me see if I can do something like that. Okay, we got real estate. edit. I'm going to say Bob's Real Estate. Okay. And same thing here. Instead of Acme Real Estate, I want to say Bob's Real Estate. Okay. I'm just trying to make real obvious changes so that we can see this, right? We go to global settings real quick. I don't want the blue. I want some other bizarre color, you know. So let me do it. Let me make it pink. Bob's Pink Real Estate or Purple Real Estate or something like that. And let me go with another page color. You know, I could even do some color coordination real quick. Flip here. Color Scheme Designer. It's just fun to play like this and make it just get really cool designs. Maybe I want that A765A4, but let me go lighter. A765A4. That way I can get lighter rounds of the colors. D3A5D1. D3A5D1. And I get even lighter. Oh, perfect. So that works with it, right? See, it's a related color. Maybe I even want to go with like a triad of colors to get other related light colors that really actually match. All right, I'll go with FFF AC7. How's that? So I'll do that. FFF AC7 for the background color. Ooh, that's professional. Update and reload. Let's see how that looks. Ooh, nice. Isn't that kind of cool? So I can keep playing with this however I want. I can get the schedule service thing to match that, right? That's so easy, you know, and so you just kind of like do it. Control-C and make that match the service schedule form, right? And if I want, I can save the style and call it Midwest Real Estate, Midwest, you know? That way I always know I can use that style and call it back up. That way I can switch styles, switch between one style and the other style just by loading the one I want. Okay. And again, I can do that with the fonts for the headers and everything else. Oh, Control-C, come down here. I say, yeah, I want it for that. I want it for that. You know, maybe I even want it for the paragraph. Maybe I don't. All right. And so now I can look, and I can see that my colors are matching down here the way they should. You know, and I can go play with the rest of them however I want. Point is, I can make this whole thing really, really awesome and change the logo, right? And change the phone number. Now, what am I doing all this for real quick? Just so I can show you how I save this as a different thing. Let me do another thing just to make it really easy. I'm going to make the phone number easy to remember. It's going to be 999, okay? 999, 9999. Do you know that you can get this for $200 from us? Do you know that you could show somebody the demo who has a crappy website and tell them you can give them the panel with their website for, you know, whatever you would charge them to give them the panel and the website, $450, and they'll badly want it. You'll show them how to do their own website and walk away. You don't even really have to do it for them. Just show them how to do a page and let them take off all excited to do the rest on their own. It'd be fun to do, wouldn't it? And you make $250. I mean, just for giving them a panel that's useful because they didn't ever have one. You remember that Indiana homeopathy website? Yeah, right? The person could use an MM panel so they can make changes that they want. Isn't that crazy? But it's very true. All right, so take a look at this. Now I'm going to come back, go to PHP My Admin again, log in if I have to. Hopefully it's logged in. Sometimes it registers this as a second login and says, hey, we can't log in. I've got to go out to come back in. Sometimes I got to clear the cookies to get back in, but I'm good to go. Okay, here we go. Come over here. Export. So that's the database. Export it. Go. And again, it downloaded it with the same name. But what can I do? I can call it Bob's. Rename. I can be careful. Bob's dash what? Real estate. Okay? RE or real estate or whatever I want. That way I know which theme I was working on with this one, which theme is the most important one. And what do I want to do? I want to upload the default again, right? Isn't that the point? I want to upload the default again. So now I just import. I'm still in the right database. This is the right database. Choose your file. That'll be the default. Okay. Again, we'll automate all this stuff soon. It's just that you can do this in the meantime. It's not hard, right? Just got to get used to it. Just hit go. That's it. So if I come back and refresh, yep, there we go. Back to my default. Phone number's the default. Everything's the default. Get it? You guys like that? Anybody who has T to H say, wow, that's cool. Because where we're going is T to H, so you can start saving these builds for everyone and everything you do. And you can come back and do these anytime you want. We're getting that done soon. That's kind of like the idea of the emoji profiles. Being able to save these so that you can use them again later without having to refill out everything from scratch or from memory or from screenshots. So there you go. That's an easy way to handle up on it. Okay? And pretty soon we'll have the T to H files done. And pretty soon you guys are going to be working with partners. Nothing stops me from sending Bob's Real Estate SQL over here, Kathy to you, or Mel to you, or Blake to you, or Thomas to you, or Marco to you, or Todd to you, or any of you guys. Elf, you know, I could go on and on. Charles, Blake, Ken, all you people who are on here right now, Brad, I could send it to you, and you could import it, open up the panel, and you could pick up the project from where I left off. Because I know my job is this part of it, and you know your job is that part of it, and we're working together to streamline the work so we can just more efficiently make money, or more efficiently pound out 5 or 8 or 10 or 20 affiliate sites for the MLM program we want. Or we're dying to see which program out there is going to be our ship. So you guys can work together and say, we're just going to split all the money we make together as a team. I'll do my end because I'm quick with this. I'm quick with the color coordinations. I'm quick with chopping out the logos, making them GIFs, and knocking out the background, or whatever it is you think. I'm quick with setting up the project files for the different guys you find with crappy websites so we can show them what's possible for their website. We can show them a website that kind of looks like them already. It's got their name on it. It's got their phone number on it. It's not indexable. So they don't have to worry about, what are you doing playing with my website? What if Google sees it, or Yahoo or Bing, and I don't do any of that business? The answer is don't worry, because it's not indexed by Google or Bing. This is developer stage, you know. It won't go live until you approve it, right? That's the answer. But then you can do work really, really fast for one guy after the next after the next. How many of you haven't clicked on the idea that it's easier to do this for $450 or whatever for an hour of work, you know, than trying to get a whole bunch of affiliate payments on AutoShip, or where your cut is $12 or $25 each, you know, and you're hoping to get them. Why fight so hard for a whole bunch of $25 payments when anyone with a crappy website is happy that you can show them a way through and something you can offer that other guys can't? Two things. One, a better deal. See, website companies have a lot of mouths to feed, so they have to sell you a big project, and so they have to charge you a lot of money. Yeah, like one guy said, affiliate systems are so 90s. But then the other part of it is you can offer them an admin panel, you know? How's that? If you offer someone not just the website but the admin panel, you show them how to change the colors to what they want. You show them how to change the words that pop up on the banner image to what they want. How do you do that? Banner slider. Click on one of them. This would be the first one. Your first home, I said, I just typed it in, right? Let us steer you right the first time around. No mistakes up front mean greater acquisition power later on. I hadn't typed it in. I could copy and paste it from their website, or I could show them how to. Learn about the buyer's process. Click to this page. Use this image or some other image. Update. And that becomes the first one. Well, what can you show them that's even easier to see already? It's this, banner slider. The first one says your first home, right? Look, let me refresh. Your first home, right? Let us steer you right the first time around. No mistakes up front means greater acquisition power later on. Learn about our first buyer's process. Point out, when you hover over it with your mouse, the assumption is you're interested in it. So it quits revolving on you. Only when you pull away and wait will the timer run out, and then it will show the next image like that, right? Because you're doing something else now. All right, check it out. What if I want to make one of these other things come up first, like why choose Acme? I want that one first. Maybe I think that's going to help me get more sales. Great. Take it, pull it to the top, save the sorting, and that's it. You're done. Refresh. First thing that pops up is why choose Acme. Then the next one, whatever order you want. Luxury apartments comes next. I don't know why I would, but save the sorting. Okay? And then flip it, and again, if I go to the next one, that is the next one, right? Then the next one, right? Can you add new ones? Sure. Add another one. What's the title? Description. The link text. The link page. Something.html / something.html. It's one of your pages from your pages. So it's / index.html or / location.html or / aboutus.html or whatever page. Okay? I mean, that's really how easy that is. And then just whatever you want for the image, either an image that's already there or an image you're about to upload to get there. Do you get it? So that you can make your images and save your sort order for whatever you want those to be. Can you use global variables? Yeah. Remember how I said why choose Acme for the job? How many of you knew that? Why choose Acme? Acme is like the default thing I had in there. Well, look at this. Global variables. I want to choose company name. Company, right? Why choose company for the job? That way, no matter what I call the company, Control V. Instead of Acme, it's company, right? Instead of Acme, it's company, Control V. If they said, well, we want it to be for our affiliates, our franchises across the nation. I don't want it to say why choose Acme. That's just me. See how it still says why choose Acme, Acme, Acme? Even though it's really company? Because that's what it's called. But what if you make a version for somebody else? Instead of being called Acme, it's going to be called Bob's Real Estate, right? What do I know? And so, yeah, you can do these any way you want, right? You can create these at will, and it becomes why choose Bob's? Get it? You choose Bob's to get what you want. What do I do? Put a question mark in there? Yeah, I put a question mark in there. Bob's, Real Estate Inc. LLC. I don't know. Bam. And you can do the short version, company short. You can add new. You guys know that? You can add new. You can give it a name you want. The code with the token, like company short, comp short. Anything you want it to be. And then put a value. I'll call that one Bob's. Okay, so I don't bring it all the way out. Short version of company name. Get it? And it's in there. It's the last one in the list right now. Okay, but it's there, comp short. And that way, if I come back to my banner, I can do that piece separately. I can have why choose comp short, right? And then you choose company, that's the long version, to get what you want. Get it? Wow. So, there you go. Why choose Bob's? You choose Bob's Real Estate LLC to get what you want. See that? This works for everything. MLM, affiliate, you name it. I had somebody say, why not? He said, I use 4 testimonials for these. That's what I use. 4 testimonials. He said, this I set up when they contact me. It's to get on the newsletter. You can change this too. By the way, when you export this thing, don't forget, when you export the website you just created, you make it Bob's LLC or whatever it is. Yes, we're going to allow indexing now because Bob approved it. We're going to allow indexing. And we're going to maybe just download it as a zip that we send to Bob. He gets to put it on his website. Do we have to know his absolute paths and URLs and stuff? No. We are told right here on this question mark when to do it and when not to do it. It tells us how to do it right for the client so that when we send it to him or her, it's set up for what they expect, what they need, whether they're doing an add-on domain or a subdomain or a project folder, if it's just going to be their main website, right? We're told how to do that in this question mark right here, okay? And I can just export it. And when I do, it becomes a full-scale regular HTML website. I can go in there and still change the wording if I want before I send it off to the guy. And then I can offer him the upsell. the Mojito version where I offer them 100 pages for $50. 1,000 pages for $850. 10,000 pages for $7,000. Or whatever. What do I know? 3,000, 2,000, whatever you want to sell them for. Okay, and you can keep track of all your projects, like I'm just showing you here, the databases. So you can do the upsell in a week, in a month, in 2 months, whenever it is you feel like coming back and offering it to the guy again, or offering it to the guy for the first time after they get some indexing, after they get some sales, after they're happy with what you've done and they want more. Okay. So that's neat, isn't it? All right, tell you what, I am going to do this. I think I've told you as much as I can about that. I'm going to go ahead and set this thing up here pretty soon. I'll put out the next newsletter how to get it. Heck, I'll even do the version of it right now because I know that you guys are like hungering for that. So I am going to make this thing. Okay, this is the one I have right now. I just got to dig in and make sure I have it cleaned up so it doesn't have anything I need you not to see. So I'll go in and make sure of that. And then I'll zip it up and upload it. So it'll be like 1-T2H-Moji. Let me just tell you where it is. Let's just agree where it's going to be now, though, so you'll know. Because, hey, you're on the webinar. You're going to want it. So it will be moji-crew.com. And I'm going to say I'm going to say webinar 3. Just like that, webinar 3, all lowercase. Webinar number 3 / download. Okay, that's what it's going to be. And when you go there, it doesn't exist right now, obviously. Okay, I'm just thinking this up. Webinar 3 download, it doesn't exist. But when you go there, and I'll put the link in the chat box too. When you go there, that thing will be in there, and it'll be in there within the hour. Okay, something like, unless we don't get off for an hour. Because the next thing I want to do, how many of you guys would like to see, because I'm deciding, we'll take a break real quick, let you get some coffee, some water, whatever, and then reconvene in about 10 minutes if anyone wants to do one more thing. And thanks to you guys. I'm hearing so many compliments from what you guys are seeing about this. It's so nice. Yeah, what you're talking about. That's so cool. What I want to say, yeah, it's pretty cool, huh? Yeah, that's awesome. I like hearing it. I mean, we just, why stick with WordPress? This is so much better. Okay, I'm going to get down off my soapbox. WordPress is great for what WordPress does. Okay, we're great for what we do, and that's the way it is. Oh, here's the secret. I want to make sure you guys know this because none of you probably know. It's important to know. It's kind of a secret. It's not meant to be a secret. When you look at the regular page, like a regular HTML page, how do you recognize it in the source code? How do you recognize this block? Does it occur to you that you could just auto-paste in like the UAP content if you just knew what this block was? The answer is you do. Right-click, look at the source code, and look it up, and you'll see like, welcome to Bob's Real Estate, right? Welcome to Bob's Real Estate. And it starts with this division ID equals content bar. Okay, and then it kicks right in. So it starts the content bar. That's the note that just says we're starting it. And then this is the real HTML piece. That means it's real. The divider, it's called the ID is content bar. And it starts right in with the H1 tag. H1 style, text align, justify. Welcome to Bob's Real Estate. Okay, that is, by definition, the beginning of this block. So the division ID content bar is the very beginning of the block. In all the themes, they're the same, and it runs to the bottom of the block. So what do you think that would be? The bottom of the content bar where it says end the content bar. There it is. It's the end of the content bar, the notation for humans to read. Right above it is the end of the division tag, which is for the computers to read, right? That's the actual end. So you can paste anything like UAP content that you have all figured out. As long as you get it right, you can put it in there. Just make sure it goes from the beginning of the content bar to the end of the content bar. Leave the division tags there. It should open the division tag and close the division tag. Everything in between, paste in anything you want that's done. that is physically this block here. So even when you download the pages, it's already easy enough to make changes like that with your model UAP page that I showed you. Then you guys know how to find the rest of it, right? I mean, you should by now. Most of you guys should know. Page title's up here. It says title somewhere. There it is. You can change it. You can change where it says the meta description, right? There's the keywords, which are blank, because I usually don't care about them. Here's the meta description right there. You can't miss it. It says meta name equals the description content equals. Finally, the schedule service. How about for you guys that don't want the schedule service bit? Do a control find on the page for schedules, and you see it. Schedule service H3 tag. In Notepad, just make it say anything else you want. Call us now. Or, well, call us now on an email form just doesn't make any common sense, right? Yeah, contact us now. Reach out to us. You know, get your free thing, whatever it is. You can make this say anything you want when you download it in the HTML. Somebody said, how do you change it on the website? I'll actually show you right now. You can change that on the website. So if I go and I connect to the website, which I'm physically doing right now, okay. Yeah, I'm just having fun showing you all this stuff. And we'll get this stuff fixed up soon anyway. But when you first log into your website where you put this thing, okay, all right, wherever you put it, down here in the main files, wherever you have this thing installed, okay, you're going to see something called main-banner.php, okay, main-banner.php. And if you download that, okay, I download it to my desktop, okay. Now I can go to my desktop and get it. Yeah. Boom. There it is, main-banner.php. Do a control F. Schedule service. There it is. I can change it here. You know? Contact us. Now. How's that? Maybe that's what I want. Save it. And now just upload to overwrite. Okay? So go find it and upload to overwrite. Upload, override. That was it. That's all I had to do. And it's done. So like if I refresh, or go back to home maybe. Yeah, contact us now. See that? That was all I had to do it. Okay. If you want to delete it, you got to put something else in the hole. Somebody was asking, how do you delete it? The answer is you got to put something else in the hole. So I'm not going to get into that right now because it's just kind of a pain. What you could do, of course, is create an image this size and stick it in there instead. You know, there's things you could do. But right now, that's it. If you wanted, you could take something like a Snagit tool and just copy some of your other images or whatever and put them in there. But you can't do it while it's online, directly speaking, not without me explaining more about how to get into the coding. I think it's on that same main-banner.php where you find the schedule service block. That is a schedule service block there. So if you know enough about PHP to put something else in there instead, go ahead and put something else in there instead. You know, whatever you want to put, right? You have to know enough about PHP to pull that off. Okay, not trying to teach that myself. Not tonight. All right, there's that. More coming. Now, here's what we're going to do. Take a quick break, 10-minute break or so. I guys know how to do a lot more than you thought you could do. Like I said, get Theme2HTML if you haven't yet. Get Moji if you haven't yet. Get on the rentals if you have to. Or just buy them and be done with it. They're not expensive anymore. Grab them. Because the power we're creating and putting out and doing is just going to keep getting wilder and wilder and wilder now that we simplified the front end and I don't have to spend so much time explaining coding to people. Now we get to play with toys, you know, and this gets crazy cool. So we'll take like a 10-minute break. Anyone who wants to stick around, I'm going to start to show you how you turn that kind of a theme into a whole different theme. And what we'll do is use a typical online internet opportunity program for that purpose, okay? We're not going to do all of it, but I'm going to show you and you'll get it. Like if you're completely wondering, how do you take the landscaping template and turn it into an affiliate program? The answer is, this is how you do it. It's really not hard. It's just go through the motions, okay? So I'll actually do that. You know, how many of you want to see that done? Because if no one cares, I'll just go. But if you want to see that done, I'll know it. So in about 10 minutes, we'll come back and do it. Oh, yeah. People want to do it? Okay. You guys just can't get off of that, can you? Most of you know better, but it's like an addiction. You know, I quit smoking a long time ago, right? And yeah, when you guys, I'll say, one of you has some sense saying, no, no, no. You don't want to get on that addiction. But then the rest, yeah, you just admit you're hungry. You can't stop yourselves. I know. You know me. Affiliate programs aren't my primary interest now, are they? They're the last things I want to teach you guys how to do. Yeah, let me see. I'll put the note out when the webinar's up. It's going to be on the webinar page. You guys know that, right? You guys, oh, come on, man. When you guys are like, where's the webinar going to be? Come on. It is a theme that, oh, you're right. You're right. You know, after all, where does it belong? Does it belong on Theme2HTML or does it belong on Moji Crew? Well, I guess I'll probably put a copy up in both places so that you guys can find them. If you go to the video training, of course, then you see down below here, it's showing you everything, how to get in the loop, get in the notification thing for the updates. And down here, there's a link for the webinars, right? Hey, look, I started showing, by the way, how to convert the templates. Anyone not know that this was here? Okay, I started to show how to convert the templates here. So it really is here in the training, along with the training videos. Okay. Then down here, we've got 2 webinars up, 2 that really meant anything, that mattered, right? And then the third one is this one, so it's coming next. All right. So this one will be up here, yeah, day or so. All right, guys. I'm going to let you go, and we're done. If you're done, those of you who want to see how to do this with an affiliate program, that's what I'm going to do next. So, yeah, go ahead and break off. And on the Moji side, you'll see it at the top of the Moji videos. I'm sure that's where I'll put it. Okay. Yeah, I'll come back really soon. And I'll see you soon. To the rest of you who are taking off, thanks for coming. All right. Okay. Hey, you guys back and everything? Good news is that I don't have to forget about hitting record again because the bad news is I forgot to turn it off. So it's going to be the whole long break and the silence along the way, but oh well, we'll live. All right. So, yeah, you guys are here. Let me go ahead and pick up something then. Okay, fine. Let me just clear out and start over so I can see where I'm at. Okay. And, yeah, I'll get that thing up there after a while. Yeah, main banner. Okay. Let's just continue. Now, you guys understand what's going on. So you already understand how to take down the default for your website, right, before you start making changes to some theme. Okay. All right. So what I mean is, first you would go into HostMonster, wherever it is, and go get the SQL version of the database and back it up. And then you're good to go that way so that now you can start playing around. Second thing, when you go to log in and you're thinking about what you want to do, start with a template that feels about right to you. Now, the one that's the hardest to work with really is the plumber template. For what reason? The images are the hardest to work with. You have to know how to cut out the images, you know, and run them as a GIF. Exactly this kind of thing, or a PNG. PNG, right, Kathy? Because we were doing this earlier, and I kept forgetting whether it was a GIF or a PNG that we had to keep playing with. You see this image? I mean, it goes right around his face, right around his hat, right? Right around his collar and everything else. And then on the inside, you see the holes, and you see the blue sticking through under his arms, right? And then if I go to the next guy, same thing now. You see exactly all of them. And then you see the blue sticking through between his legs, sticking through next to his hand, sticking through right here, okay, and right around his fingers and everything else. You guys know that the images didn't come that way necessarily, right? There was him and there was some kind of a background. And we had to, even if it was a white background, we had to knock the background out. So we sort of had to select it and knock it out. And then save the resulting picture as a, what was it, Kathy? You're still around. I think it was a GIF, actually, GIF, okay? Because GIFs allow this bleed-through principle. It means that even if this image is a square, which it is, well, a rectangle. It's not a square, it's a rectangle. What is behind the image, we got to knock all the image information out of, and wherever there is no image information, it will act like it's perfectly transparent, letting everything bleed through. So even the blue sticks through in the hole of this wrench here. It used to be white. It was a white background. I remember it now. And so that's kind of tricky. So if you want to do your stuff, you probably don't want to go that far, right? You probably want to go ahead and use one of the other templates. Like homeopathy or landscape are pretty close to the same thing, you know, and probably the easiest to work with as far as that goes. First of all, and even here, see how I knocked the background information out of this image so I can make it blend with the background so it wasn't just a big white square around the image, right? Anybody want to see that, by the way? Does anyone literally, does anyone find that just mystifying, how that works? Like how you can, yeah, have an image like this with the background knocked out of it? Anyone just completely mystified? Want to see how that's done? Because I'll at least show you the basics. Yeah, okay, I'm getting some yeses. I'll show you the basics, and then you can take off with it from there. Okay, so let's say I'm creating, I'll just say plumber images, right? So PI, plumber images, right? I need to do it for my new website or websites, and maybe it's for banners. Now, I know that they're going to have their own sizes and stuff, but I might think in terms of, okay, I want one for logos, and I want another one for banners, the sliding banners, right? And then I might not want another one for like the 4 images that go below the banners. And then if I want like a last one, it's going to be the footer, the stuff we use in the footers to back them up. You know, like these. Bap, 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 and bap. Okay. Credentials. So I might call that credentials or whatever. Footer credentials, you know, dash credentials. Okay. And this way I can keep track of what I'm doing, right? So let's just start going. If we were doing this from scratch, this is the kind of thing we would do. Google.com/images. think I'm choking on a piece of whatever I had. All right, here we go. Plumber credentials. I just want to see what they would be like. Okay, I'm going to find me some, and I'm going to do more, or not more. I'm going to do search tools. Sorry. Size. I need like medium. Okay, so medium. Now I'm just going to go look for some good credentials that are going to be basic to use. This is cool. This is 2. If I click it, I get an idea of the size. I can view the image to know the size, and that's good. They're both bigger than I need. I got to size them down, right? I don't need to size them up. If I had to size them up, they get blurry, but I can size them down. So I could actually save both of these and chop them into pieces and knock the black off the background, all that jazz. But let's just assume you don't want to go that far. So let's just go find what we're looking for. But literally, this is how you do it. You just go look some stuff up. If you want, you could also just go to some plumber websites and look some stuff up there. And some people do things like this. They'll get something like this, but they'll get pretty creative. Those of you with Photoshop, you know what you're doing. And you can take off a background image like that in Photoshop, or even in Snagit. You can draw a square around it and delete it, make it white. Some people do that so that you get rid of the person but keep the offer, right? So yeah, I just find myself some of those images, and that's why I did. I mean, it didn't really take long. It was just a handful of minutes. Like, here's probably one. Except it says Association of Georgia. That'd be good for Georgia. But you see what I'm doing, right? I mean, it's pretty obvious. I can get further into it, and I'll finally find what I'm looking for. All right, whatever. Plumber credentials, plumber credential, plumber association, maybe association, membership. Try that one. Plumber membership. Okay. It's always when I go looking for something that's harder to find, right? Because really, it took me like, I don't know, maybe 3 minutes to find the ones that I did find. There's this one, accredited green plumbers. This is kind of a cool one. I did grab one of these, and I viewed the page because they had other ones on the page that were kind of cool too. So you can visit the page, you can start pulling them down, and this is just you getting your tools into your toolbox here, right? Grab yourself that one and that one and that one and that one. Most of these you can right-click, and you can say something like, open the image in a new tab, make sure it's what you think. Oh, it is, so good. So I can save the image as, and guess where I'm going to go with it? Desktop, PI, my plumber images, footer credentials, and that might be number 1.jpg, okay? And I might give it a name, I might not. That way I know what it is, see? So that's the kind of thing, and that might just save this one. Open the image in a new tab, make sure it looks kind of the way I thought, good. Save the image as, and I'll just call it 2, and in this case 2.png. You see, this is how you get your tools together. These are associations that put themselves out for plumbers to become members of, and and if they are associated, they can. If they can just generally use these because they're generic, but they're okay. Like, how many of you guys know that car mechanics get credentials that say Apex or whatever it is that say that they're certified mechanics? And basically every car mechanic out there's got one. Sometimes they wear them on their shirts, on the shoulders, like chevrons, in a way. So anyway, there you go. That's footer credentials, right? Now what? If I go for images and banners, all right, let me just show you something kind of cool. What do we want? We wanted good plumber images is what we wanted. Okay, I'm going to mute that. Okay. Plumber. Like plumber, get a plumber, something like that. Okay, if you go to knock the background out, you want it in there, and you want it to be like the right size, you've got to get one that's got a pretty flat and obvious background. This guy's up against a white background. That works. That guy's up against a white background. That works. Except it's got a stock number across his chest, so I may not use that one anyway. It just looks too cheesy. No stock number. Okay, here's another guy, but that's way too complex background. I want to even try to figure out how to knock the background out of that one. Okay, this guy had stock photo stuff all over him, so I don't want to use that one. That guy looks fine. I could use that one. Let me see. That. Okay, probably not a real plumber. It says, and that. All right, tell you what. I'm gonna take a few of these. So like, let me see. I'm going to view this image, And let me just save it. Again, save image as. This is literally how you get your tools together for things like this. So figure out what you want to get into that you can sell or do. And literally, this is a cool way to go. Okay. And I got that one. I called it number 1 in the banner section. Oh, I better call it like B1 because when I go uploading them, you know. Let me see. View the image. All right. I don't know if it's big enough for my uses. I'd have to go double check the size. This is not, I'm sure. You know, obviously check the size of the image, you know, that you're going to use, right? I'll show you what I mean in a minute. Save image as. Okay, I better make it like B2. Okay. All right. Banners, B1, B2, because it's banner 1, banner 2. Because when I upload them, I don't want it to say, hey, you already have one with that name, right? I should be more imaginative with the with the naming convention. How do you do it now? Watch this. I'm going to open this with, in my case, Photoshop. Okay. You can rent Photoshop like anything else, right? So you can make it cheap. It's expensive by itself, but you can make it cheap. Now this thing is, what is it again? A JPEG or yeah, it's a JPEG. So by itself, the background doesn't get to bleed out. I'm going to have to save this as something else to make it work. Oops. What's that? It's trying to blink at me and tell me something, but maybe it's just not enjoying the GoToMeeting room. All right. How do you knock it out? Take your magic wand right there. Get a pixel size that makes some kind of sense. You might have to go higher on the pixel just so that it understands better what you're trying to accomplish. You know. And then as you highlight, see what it does? It figures you mean the white area, and it encloses the white area separate. Okay, that's the idea. Well, before I do that, if you know anything about Photoshop, you got to create a new layer. Okay, and kill the background. Now I got my background copy. So I can right-click in there and put layer via cut. There, it created a new layer by cutting it off that one. So if I turn the visibility of that layer off, you see the background, which just looks like a gray and white checkerboard. Well, look what else I can do. I can do it again. And I can layer via cut. Except, guess what? It can't layer that one. The information's empty, probably. Whoops. Because I've got to highlight the right piece, right? So let me just delete that one, start over, because it was silly me. And again, every imaging software is a little different. I got to highlight the right guy and do it again. Okay. All right, layer via cut, because that's where I'm cutting it from. I'm cutting it from that image, that layer. Now, again, highlight him. Come down here, click, layer via cut. You see what I'm doing? I am literally turning off and removing. I can even highlight these that I already did and delete them because I don't need them anymore. You get it? And again, click in here, layer via cut. You see how this works, guys? I can just get the layer via cuts and then turn off the visibility pretty soon. Layer via cut. Oh, I forgot to put it here though. Okay, here we go. Layer via cut. Okay. And then down here. Whoops. Again, it's so easy for me to forget to do that. Layer via cut. Okay. And then I can just turn those off and see how it looks. Quite good. I just got the last one just right there. Okay. There we go. Layer via cut. Now, these I'm going to delete. Okay. Now I'm going to file save this guy as, and it matters what you want to save it as. Okay. And you got to save it as, in my banners thing, I'm still doing this in the right place. I'm going to save it as B1 dot, and I think it's GIF. It's got to be GIF. So I'm going to call it B1.GIF. Okay. Okay. There. And just go through and use, I believe, probably everything as the default. It should be for transparency. It should be for normal. And it looks like it has the white background on here. But if I have it the way I have it set for, and if I'm not sure, as a matter of fact, there's one thing I wasn't sure about. So let me try it again. File, save as. And that's good. You get to see it again. Banners, B1.GIF. I'm going to make sure it's set for transparency for sure. B1.GIF. Yes, overwrite it. Okay. Yes, transparency. All right. Okay. Check that out. So if I got that one right, Look at that. Look at that. No more white. Do you see it? Not in between his legs, not under his arms, not anywhere. No more white. You see that? So now I can take that puppy and upload it onto the website. Okay? I'm not going to do any more. I mean, you get the idea now, so I'm just going to show you how it works. Control-C. Close the other tabs. Okay? Because it's so cool showing you so many things that are useful, right? Okay. Banner slider. Let's do a new one. Add new, right? We're going to say, best plumber in town. How's that? You know, we were born to do what we do. Do what we do. Happily dig around under your kitchen sink. Don't ask me why I said that. All right, banner link text. Find out about Fred. Click here. Okay, and the link is going to be some page that's probably going to be like, oh, whoops, that was silly me. I was already typing on that, and I opened that right away, and I shouldn't have, but I got lucky. All right, let me do this way. I'm going to open in a new tab and find a page about-us.html. That's what I'll make it. / about-us.html. What's the image going to be? Well, let me put it up and link to it. Upload, choose, go find it. PI, banner, get my guy. It's got to be right. And then upload, double click. See the black around them? All the black around them? That means no image information. So as long as I got the size relatively correct, which I may not have done because it's telling me what the size is supposed to be, I probably didn't do it. Okay. But you'll get the idea. Look at that. That's not too bad. Now, for those of you who know in Photoshop, there's something called feathering. You set the feather a little higher, and it gets even closer to the body, so it cuts off even a little more of the white. But do you see that? And it saves the order of events. So I made this one the new one unless I intentionally changed the sort order again. I could, right? I could go like this. Save the sorting. You know. But exactly, it's not so hard as you might have thought, right? How many of you guys found that easier than you thought it would be? How many of you guys thought, oh, as long as I have the right tool, you know, I can use a magic wand or whatever and knock the background out. You know, and a lot of tools allow you to do that. There are a lot of image editing tools. Go to Google and look up, you know, image editing tool, magic wand, or knock out background or something. Create transparent GIF, right? All right, so yeah, same thing with the logo. You do this. I did the same thing with the logo, right? For the other thing, and I created, you know, the logo that you could see the background through in the holes, right, where it had no image information. All right, there's that. Now we were talking about originally what we were going to do next, and that was do an affiliate site out of this. So I don't want the plumber theme. I want to do something easier with the images. We thought that was hard for a lot of people, and it is. It's hard for a lot of people. So let me just like go landscape. Okay, I'm going landscape dashboard. I got my landscaping thing going on. Whatever. Okay, I'll figure out what I'm doing next. All right, how many things can you do quickly to get this to look like an affiliate program? And let's just take one. Okay, let's take one. Silverlotto. Anyone remember where I was using Silverlotto before? Not because I vouch for it or anything, right? It's not something I'm into. I don't have an affiliate link here or anything. But it's what we did on Moji-Crew down here is our example of promoting a ClickBank or affiliate program. It's here, okay? So now what I'm showing is instead of just doing the UAP project on it, I'm talking about what would it take to create your own big fat site around it. Like if you want to be the affiliate link, and instead of having one big fat page, look at this. This is just one big fat page. You know how, do you know that just taking this and dividing it into separate pages with a menu immediately makes this way stronger in Google? Just doing that? Anyone know that? Okay. Well, it is. If you didn't. Somebody was asking, what's a great industry to start with tomorrow? I'll tell you what. If you go to Moji training videos, okay, our training videos, All right. And you come down to the eavesdropping series, eavesdropping, where guys were paying me $150 for an hour. And I asked them later, since it seemed like general catch-all information, I just say, hey, is it okay if I make this public? Is that all right with you? And the guy said, yeah, go ahead, Dave. In those cases, I got a few guys saying yes, most don't. But then again, most I already know not to ask. This one, 8-Christian.zip, that one right there, answers the question, what should you sell tomorrow or today? Like, what should you get into selling right now? Okay. Now, before you can play it, because it's a zip file, download it, extract it, and open it. Before you can play it, read the README first to get the codec for GoToMeeting if you don't already have it. Okay, it's right there, and just copy, paste, and go, and make sure you have the codec. It's a GoToMeeting codec. And that way, when you download this to your desktop and unzip it and open it, it can play properly. You'll see the video. Otherwise, you won't see the video. Okay? All right, so just do that. That's a really big thing right now. Most of you guys are going to change how much money you make next week or next month only because you saw this. All right, for no other reason than you saw this. All right, and you understand what it's saying. You're just going to completely change your direction. How many of you guys do know that? How many of you guys have seen that? Any of you? Just dead curious if anyone says, yeah, me. I mean, there's so many guys that, but then I have so much stuff out. It's hard for anyone to see any one particular thing. You did see it, Todd? Oh, yeah, Todd, you're the guy who was jumping to it and hit the first place. Mind if I put you on mic real quick? You can tell me what you thought of that one video, because, you know, I could try to tell people, like, real quick. Hey, Todd, have you got an opinion on that thing? I hear you. I hear you speaking. You can speak back. Oh, no, it is working, Todd. Just say hello. Say it. Say hi. Say it. Where's the common sense not applying? Yeah, I hear you typing. Can you hear me? If you say hi, I'll hear you. So he doesn't type. Okay. Now, maybe what you meant is that your mouth has duct tape on it. You know, say hi, Todd. Really, say it. Okay. Anyway. Did you find that a useful video? Since you saw it. I was just asking. All right. Okay, yes, you did. You could have talked. We can hear, okay, let's put it this way. I hear the TV in your background. I hear your kids speaking. If you speak, I'll hear you. That's what you don't know. Okay, can't speak. Gotcha. You swallowed a frog. It's stuck in your throat. Gotcha. Because your mic is working. You don't know it. Got to be one in your monitor. All right. Enough of that. Let me get back to where I was going. Oh, okay. Okay. Here we go. So, yeah, some guys will just call it stage fright, right? I don't know if it's stage fright. Maybe he did have surgery. All right, that's worth watching. Somebody who's seen it said, yes, it was very important to him, and, yeah, you should see it. It'll change a lot of the way you think about things. All right, it's very important. Anyway, here we go. Silver Lotto system. Okay, what do I want to do? I want to start making some images. You guys know how to do this. If you don't see one, like what if I want to get a logo and I don't see a logo? I don't see a logo. Okay, what if you want a logo? How do you do it? Take Snagit, right? I taught it in that first video on that page where we did this, right? Draw a region around what you would like to make a logo and just do it, right? You want to make that the logo? That can be the logo, right like that. Save that thing. Save it on the desktop, you know? But put it in your folder. So I'm going to say like SL, you know, and then create it in there in that project, SL. Well, here's the thing. I already jumped ahead and did this with a few, and I got some resized the way I wanted and all that kind of thing. Okay? And I just did this on purpose so that I could actually have a couple of images to sort of speed this up and show you the obvious. I mean, you guys see it's all about getting images, resizing images. You guys know how to add size to an image? I mean, how many of you guys ever see where it says, make an image a certain size, and you go, I don't have any flaking idea how to pull that off. Well, look, I mean, actually, that's just another thing to know. That's just as easy. Let me take, like, I could take my GIF. I could take my other PNG here. I don't care. Open with. And, again, you can do this with anything that'll allow you to do it. I do it with Photoshop when I'm serious, all right? There we go. I got this. This is already a GIF. It's already perfect. I didn't know it. Somebody already did it. Do you see it? See the checkerboard background? This thing's already set up to already work. Okay, it even says probably not a real plumber down here when you put this thing up. Okay. Let me open another one then, because I'm trying to keep one thing at a time. All right, don't need to save these. All right, so let me file. I could file open this way, you know, and let's try maybe. All right, let me just try this. Let me just make the point this way. Okay, I got my image. One thing you can do is say this. I got to get to the right height or the right width, and so you size down to whatever's the bigger of the two. Okay, and then what do you need, or the more constraining of the two, you know, and you'll say, okay, but I need it to be wider maybe. How do you make an image wider without making it taller, without contorting it? You go to image size, but you don't do image size, you do canvas size to get the canvas that surrounds the image. Okay, so I can say maybe I want it in pixels, you know, so I can see better. Yeah, maybe I want it relative. Oh, whoops. Okay, I got to take it off. I got to do something. But I'll say I want the width to be, who knows what, 600 maybe was the required width. Maybe it was 623. Okay, and the height should stay the same though, so the height should be like 700. You know, whatever. And if I do that, okay, it might be smaller than the current canvas size. Some clipping will occur. Okay, if it's a problem for me, I can back it up. Now look at that. Okay, it did create the extension to make it wider. Now there's a thing in here about the natural background. You know, colors should automatically be white on that. If I have to worry about it, then fine. You know, I can change it to a white anyway. But really, this is how you make the canvas wider. Then what would you do? You would just do a color replacement, right? Photo bucket, change it to a white, that kind of thing. There, you know, basically it's done, except I set the opacity up. It's 82%. I'll make it 100%. Okay, yes, you know, whatever. Get off of that. And that'll fix the thing, okay? There, it's fixed. So what I do, I made the canvas bigger, right? So just go to the size you need one way or the other, and you can make the canvas taller or wider, and it makes the image the right size. Okay, so all of our weirdnesses to image is just start with a bigger one than you need, chop it down, and then make any adjustments to make the canvas bigger on one side or the other if you need. Okay, that's all just like normal image editing. Go look up anything on YouTube for beginner in image editing or in stuff like that, and you'll see how to do all that kind of weird stuff, you know, that usually people have so much trouble figuring out how to do. It's actually just a matter of studying it once. It's actually pretty easy. All right, so here's what I want to say. I have my, believe it or not, SL folder right here. And I got some images in it. And I just grabbed some. I said, this is a good one. That's a good one. That's a good one. That's a good one. And I think I made these banner images. Where did I get those images? Right off their page, right? I literally just went down the page looking for things right there, right? I'd take Snagit. Snagit's so useful. You guys can see that, right? Capture, and I'd say like, oh, right about, you know, here. And I think of the shape I'm going to need. Am I going to need a square? Am I going to need something that's longer than tall? You know, think of the shape you need. Build the image the size you need for what it is you're trying to do. You know, banners. And just get it about right. Okay, you can always touch it up later. I can grab one of these things and slide it up. Okay, I can grab one of these and slide it in. Okay. Now, whatever it is you really need to do, you can do. And then just save it with a name, right? Just give it a name. That's an image. That's how you make an image. You know, can you resize images here? Yeah, image, resize, resize image, resize canvas. You can resize the canvas here. So you can decide what the new width should be if you need to drag it out. By the way, you can even just resize the canvas by dragging these out. Okay? Like if I go dragging, it'll understand. It'll finally open up some. Okay? But yeah, you can literally do it. If I need to get a canvas bigger, I can do it if I really need to, right? So I can make it fit, right? Control Z, 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 Z. Okay, and you can make it fit. All right, so all this stuff is easy. It's truly not hard. All right, so I got some images, and then I got to upload them. Now, I want to use them on my banner, okay? I don't want these images. I want mine, okay? So I could even just start with one. Delete, okay. Somebody said, what if you don't really want the whole banner thing to happen? Okay, what if the banner thing's too distracting? Just have one. It'll res in, and that'll be it. There are no arrows. There is no left or right. There's nowhere else for it to go. So it just sits there. Okay? So for people who just want the one thing to res in and they want it to quit changing after that, piece of cake. Okay? Let's start. Let's do something, right? Let me edit this for the banner. And the logo. Let me see. I got to remember what I've got. Okay, this is going to be my logo. I know that. And then I'm going to say banner 1, 2, 3, and 4. You know, and then the rest of it's just continuing to work, right? All right. Silver Lotto, I need words, right? Lend me 7 minutes of your time and I'll answer the sticky questions most lottery players want to know. Let me copy that. I'm going to put that here. Whap. All right. Lend me 7 minutes of your time. Control X. I'm going to put that up here in the title with a ... or colon. Right? And then ... And I'll answer the sticky questions most lotto players want to know. Period. Okay. Yeah, get started here, you know, started now. How's that? And it's going to click to the purchase.html page. I haven't built it yet, but I'm going to. Get it? You guys seeing that? Now, I need this to be my first banner slider. So either I already have it and I put it somewhere, or I don't, I'm going to get it. Oh, I did. I uploaded it already. It just happens to be in a subfolder called background. Kind of uploaded it in the wrong spot, but it doesn't hurt anything. All right, see that? Now, let me do another one. Add new. Okay? I want to find something else to say. Winning lottery prizes has changed my life. That's me with my Aston Martin, Vanquish, and Bentley. All right, but what is my next image? I mean, I could make an image out of this and make that a banner slider, but it doesn't feel like it fits at the top. So let me see what my other images are. I'll just take a look at them real quick. That's like a copy of a bunch of winning lottery numbers is the idea, right? And then what? The slider, total of, okay, I see. Slider 4, $1 million was mine. Got it. So I can find things that say stuff like that, right? What was it again, that first one? 22.2 million was a player wins first division. Was that the first one? No. Oh, yeah. Winning lottery tickets. There's got to be something about that. So let me go find something about that. I'm sharing my secret buy bounce back, right? Fail business. I'll find it. No. 22 prizes in one game. That's a headline. I'll type that in. It's a picture, so I got to type it. 22 prizes in one game. See how it's kind of remembering stuff I did before? It's cool, isn't it? 22 prizes in one game. Yeah, check out the dates. I blur my numbers for security, but they're definitely real, right? Okay, nice and short. WAP. Okay. Link text. Again, it's going to say something like get started now. Okay. Or it's going to say, right, get tickets like these when you want, whenever you want, click here. How's that? You guys like that? Banner link. Purchase .html. Yep, the same page, right? Trying to get them to buy with different messages. And the image. Let's go get our image. Bap. Save. All right, we got a couple. Let me change the sort order. Okay. Let me add another one. All right, I'll get the image first. It'll help me get my thoughts in order. Okay, that's like the total of money. Of course, the link's going to be to purchase. Right? Why wouldn't it be? Right? It's going to be want to get rich too or something. I don't know. Let me see. Okay. Play my system. How about that? Play my system now. And this one might be called Silver Lotto. Right? Silver Lotto, right, is your answer. You know? Let me put some kind of a description in. Just follow my easy da-da-da-da-da-da, then win, right? Hey, man, how's that? Okay, make sure I get that into the right sort order. Save the sorting. Hey, are you guys following along, by the way? You can. Go to your-results-here.com, right? You're actually seeing what I'm doing. See that? See that? And this will go to the purchase page whenever that thing exists. It doesn't exist yet, so it's just, defaulting to the same. You guys getting it so far? All right, let's go do something else. I mean, that we get, right? Let's go get the logo. Global settings, website logo. Get the right logo. Background. There. Okay, update. Now refresh. How's that? You guys seeing this page live? Okay. Let me do something to make the whole page look a lot closer to this thing right now. So I want to get, I got to find a good color for it. Okay, like this page background. I like this page background. All right, so I'm going to go to the website themes and colors, and let me do a background that looks kind of like this. I'll do it this way. First, I need my color picker. Colorpicker.com, I think it is. You can get a color picker that's just like this. Like 0D, 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 that's a good one. 10, 10, 10. This is very simple and obvious colors. 16, 16, 16, fine. Let me try any one of those, because those aren't that hard, right? 16, 16, 16. Okay, that's going to be that. Oh, no, that's the main color. I don't want to make the main color. Control-C. I want to make that the background color. The main color I'm going to make kind of like a red like that. Let's try a nice dark red. Okay, dark red. Right there it says CD092F. CD092F. All right, CD092F. Got it. Okay. So far, so good. Image. I want an image. Okay, first of all, let me refresh. Okay, refresh. There. Is it starting to look a little better, guys? A little more sensible? Okay. Let me get an image. Browse. How about background image, this dot? I'll bet. That's cool, because with the color I have, look at the way the pattern's going to look now. Because, yeah, it's a GIF pattern. It's a transparent pattern. So it works with the color you want. By the way, I can save my style when I'm done with it, call it the Silver Lotto style. Now, what do you think of that? Now, I don't need it to say open Monday through Friday, do I? So I can say anything else I want. Global settings. Where it says opening days text and header, I'm going to change it to something else, like shout out line dash top right. Again, remember, you should have saved your SQL database, so now you can play with this stuff, right? Win the lottery tomorrow. How's that? I'm going to highlight that puppy in yellow. Update. Refresh. See that? If I want to give it a space on both sides, I might have to auto-force the space by knowing enough, like, let me see, what was I calling it? Shout out line, top right. All right, source, so I can stick an extra space in there and see if that works. If it doesn't understand the space that way, then I'll switch to UTF-8 encoded spacing, which is, again, simple and the kind of stuff you learn along the way. Who knows the coding for a space? Probably everyone or almost everyone. What is it? Ampersand, NBSP, semicolon. Did I have that memorized? Yes. Should you memorize some of those? Yes. Anyone know what it is for copyright? That little C inside a circle? Ampersand, COPY, semicolon. In other words, it always starts with an ampersand. It always ends in a semicolon. Because what are the chances that you're ever going to type anything naturally that will start with an ampersand and end with a semicolon in a single word? Right? Like never. That's why they work so well for UTF-8 encoding. It's like a token. It's a secret way of having a beginning and an end that makes something into code. NBSP means space. Okay. COPY means the copyright symbol. There's a bunch of others. Anyway, that gave me a little more spacing so it looks more natural. Could I make it bigger? Yeah, I can make it bigger. Just like everything else I'm doing in here. I don't actually have to know what I'm doing so much. It says header 3. Let me try to make it like header 2. I could try a header 1. It might be too big. But, you know. Okay, whatever. I guess that wasn't even a size change. Shout out. It's whatever the rules were for 3 and 2. Let me try a 1. Maybe it's too big. I could manually control the sizing. Okay, that's too big, right? So let me shout out. All right, I'm not going to play with it too much. What you would do is like change the sizes in here instead, right? Set it to like normal, but then you just change you'd say bold, and you put the size to, well, wherever makes sense, right? Who knows? You got to play with it to figure it out. But then you can get it right. You can get it just the way you want it. There, how's that? Isn't that better? Could I put a space underneath it? Yeah. You know, I could put a break tag right underneath it. I'm just showing you that you can do this stuff, just like you would imagine. Like that. Update. Flip. How's that? See? And it doesn't have to say to book an appointment, call this phone number. It can say anything, just like I did with this. I completely changed that from what? Open Monday to Friday. This can be anything up in this square that you think is cool. Look on the page to get an idea. Guaranteed 100% safe and secure. How's that? Why don't we do that for what was our call us header text? It's just going to say guaranteed 100% safe and secure. Let's do like bold, you know, font size. We could even go like some other font just to make it cool. Yeah, I don't know. Again, we could play with it and make it good, right? Guaranteed 100% safe and secure. Now, how's that? It's starting to get a little better, right? I could put another break on the shout-out line at this point, right? Just to, like, offset. Do you get how this stuff can be just completely built however you want it to be built now? Pages we'll get to. Maybe I want this color darker. It's too flat a red, okay? So I'm going to come back and make it a little darker on the red. All right? Just click in here and pull this thing down. Usually down means darker, like that. See that? How's that? There. That's starting to feel a lot better, right? Contact us now could be anything. And again, I can match the color, right? Color. Service schedule form background, color. Update and reload. Wow. There. Now, so far, we've pretty much mastered the top of this thing, right? You guys seeing that? How do we change these titles? You guys know? I mean, again, we'd want to get more pictures and do them. I won't do them now. You guys get the idea of the pictures and importing them. It's pretty simple. And I could have this click out to find out more or click out to purchase now or anything I want to say on each of these. They could even be different testimonials. But how do you do it? Just go do it. Go to dashboard. Actually, global settings, sorry. And what we're going to get are those 4 image boxes below the main banner. And we start changing it, right? Well, what do I want to change them to? I don't know. Let me think about it. They've got like a number 1, play my system. Number 2, follow my easy step 1 plan. Number 3, collect your winnings. And then who knows about number 4? Maybe that was it. Number 4, or maybe there is no number 4. It's just contact us. Or testimonial. John Tay writes, then da-da-da-da-da-da, right? You get it? You guys seeing how this works? Yeah. So, I mean, do it. Play my system. And if you want, make it all caps. And then what the next one say? Follow my easy one-step plan. And do that in the emoji toolbar long enough to make it all caps, right? Emoji toolbar 17 or 18. all uppercase. Got it. Take that colon off the end, highlight, okay, and just stick it there, right? That's for box 2, right? And then 3 was collect your winnings, wasn't it? Okay, follow my easy one-step plan, breaks, it word wraps. So I think I want to take that down a little bit. But you see how easy this is to control? There was always an illusion, right? You may as well call it follow the one-step plan. I mean, how hard can a one-step plan be anyway? You say follow the easy, just call it follow the one-step plan, right? Collect your winnings, and then whatever I want this to be is whatever I want that to be, right? It could be ask, what's his face, who asked John Tay, ask John Tay, right? Literally, it could be something like that if I really want him. And then that could be a link to the testimonials page again. I mean, we can have lots of links to the testimonials page, lots of links to the purchase. Yeah, so I'm going to say ask John Tay. Okay. Whoops. Okay. And that'll be, the URL will be for the whatever it's called, testimonials or reviews, whatever you call the page where you're going to put the testimonials, right? All right. Click here to read more testimonials. Yeah. Click here for more testimonials, right? Or more reviews, whatever. See? Click here for more reviews. Ask John Tay. Again, you just change the pictures and what you want them to point to. Again, the purchase page, right? So what would that be in all those cases? Again, the purchase page. So the URL, purchase.html. Like all of them, except for the bottom one goes to reviews. Purchase, okay? Purchase. I mean, you could do this, right? You might think, well, that's not much in the way of a menu. And the answer is it doesn't have to be. Because, why? This is going to be your menu up here. Okay? Down here, purchase, and then finally reviews, right? If that's reviews like what you're going to be doing for your reviews page. Okay? There, I got my reviews pages, reviews. Of course, I got to update this stuff. But it's easy enough to do. All of it is like this, really. Okay? It's just go through the process, right? And you can actually set the whole thing up for whatever you want it to be. Okay? This could be get on our mailing list. You guys who know enough about HTML can pull this off of your HTML page, or you could change in that main banner.php, remove this block and make it your newsletter block. Or you can go into your, if you know about Aweber, right, and set this kind of a form up and use the coding to put it here. Actually make it look like that. And so when they're actually contacting you, it could be get on our newsletter or get in contact or whatever it is, and they could actually join. It doesn't have to say submit now. You can say whatever you want to say. But you get that? You can actually just keep doing this and make it work, right? This clicks right to the main page. That's cool, Put in the YouTube video. Gosh, I mean, this stuff is simple, right, in a way. Left sidebar, YouTube video. Let me see. It's got to be one, I think. YouTube.com. I wonder. Silver Lotto. Okay. Yeah. This is the review. Of course, it might be somebody else's review. Make sure you're not promoting another affiliate, right? Unless that works for you. Yeah, Blake, for the form you have to use something like Aweber or GetResponse or something. You have to use an autoresponder because if you don't, then, well, if you don't have one, then it's just they're in contact with you, right? It just acts like email. They email you, right? Any kind of a newsletter you want where you actually want people joining your quote-unquote list, that requires that you have something like Aweber or GetResponse or Bronto. You have to. If you try to just maintain your own newsletter, you're making a mistake. It's better to spend the money to get a real newsletter. And that is so worth it. Let them deal with the spam issues. You never have to think about spam when you contact your newsletter, no matter if you contacted them every 3 hours for 2 weeks straight. If they sign up through your newsletter, then you are mailing spam-free. It's legitimate. You don't have to try to think about it. It's a much better way to go. All right, how do I do it? I get the right code. Video equals, and there's the code. V equals, video equals. That's going to be the code I put here. They give you an example. Okay, it's so easy to see that. Left side, box heading, silver lotto for easy life, easy living. What do I know? Again, steal content for their page, man. You know, takes barely 30 minutes to complete. A once only step. Control C. Fine. Right? It takes barely 30 minutes to complete. A once only step. Okay? Include related videos? No. I don't want it to show related videos when we're done. Right? Look at that. Silver Lotto for easy living. It takes barely 30 minutes to complete a once only step. No matter what I click on in here, bam. It doesn't even leave the page. Nice and simple, and there it goes. And when I'm done watching it, I'm right back. Okay. And now what do? I start making pages. Have you guys figured out that the page part is actually not hard? Have you figured that out? What do we need? We need pages. How many pages do we need? Well, about how many pages do we feel we need? We can just start making them from the top down. You know, I can make however many of the pages out of here, you know, that I want. Doesn't have to be verbatim or anything. I could just copy and paste stuff that I want. I got to hand type things that were an image, maybe. That's okay. I should do it. Okay. This could be the beginning of what I want the home page to say. Literally. So I could start on the home page. And I could just start by putting something in. Wow. Okay. How's that? You guys think it was that simple? Update and reload. The so-called lottery experts laughed at me. They said my system wouldn't work, but now I have multi-million-dollar winnings and thousands of other winners thanking me. Who's laughing now? Now I can start to clean it up. But now I have multi-million-dollar winners, you know. And do the same thing with the yellow if I want. And thousands of other winners thanking me. I might underline that. Who's laughing now? Maybe I'll italicize, and I'll change it from exclamation point to 3 dots. A question mark. And an exclamation point. And I can make that a separate thing. And if I want, I could do an H2 on one of these, but we'll see. I can go back in there. All right. Wow. See how much better this is looking already? Okay. Kind of liking this? And by the way, you can shortcut to edit the page just by clicking this. Okay. You can start dealing with it. And then when you're done, you can hit update, and it brings you back to this view. And you can just hit this guy here to pop open the page again to see it. Okay, in a separate tube. And again, you can hit edit to get back there. Okay. Wow. Like that. So it is that easy to get back and forth. It'll kind of keep creating more pages than you need. Okay. But that's okay. It's not harmful or anything. Hi, I'm Ken Silver. I shouldn't be telling you this story. Heck, I think I'd like to start right here. Maybe that would be my first paragraph. Okay. And so this will be the first thing I want to say. You know? Update and reload. And then maybe I want to put the picture of Ken Silver in. Hi, I'm Ken Silver. I want to stick that picture in here somewhere. So what do I need to do? I need to get that picture, don't I? Save the image as KS, Ken Silver. I'm going to put that on my SL desktop. KS. What do I know? Ken Silver. That way I can stick it up. So let's grab an image and browse. We're just going to upload it, choose a file, call it, let's get the right one again, desktop. Okay, WAP, Silver Lotto, Ken Silver. Upload. Okay, now what if you're creating these pages for your downline? you're suggesting if you join me, I'll create your own 1,000 pages, 500 pages, 100 pages, whatever it is you're going to do for them for the price they pay, right? Just because you're in my group, because we have a really good way of doing this a certain way. Okay. Let me see this when I reload. Yeah, see? It's starting to make more sense now, right? Remember, when you're logged out, this edit page link doesn't exist, and this whole thing comes up to fill the gap. So it's perfectly fine. Don't worry about the weirdness of the spacing up here. That's only because it's got to make room for that edit page link at the top, and only because you're logged in. By the way, this background texture follows whatever color you would like, right? So for anyone who's just wondering, it's 16, 16, 16, right? If I wanted to change it to a different color altogether, that texture, see the texture change colors? I mean, what color do you want? You know, again, this is kind of like going outside of my range of colors. I don't necessarily have good matching colors here. Okay, I just want you to see you can do it. Okay, if that's still too saturated, then just make it darker. Pull it down, make it darker. Now get it where you want. There we go. That's better, right? How many of you guys are with me? Say me, so I just know how many of you haven't like fallen asleep. Yep. Some guys are answering. That's cool. Colors. I mean, this blue doesn't have anything to do with anything, right? Maybe this is a perfectly cool font for the paragraph, but what about this? Well, let's go change that. Again, it's how easy to do. Just go do it. Archivo, maybe I'll go Myriad Pro. Maybe I won't. Maybe I'll go Arial. Maybe I won't. It's up to you. Trebuchet, maybe I won't. Verdana. You know, we'll do more with time. We'll put out more. Let's take the size down slightly. The color doesn't make any sense, though. So let me base it off of the color I use for the main color. Control-C. That way it'll match. You know, it'll make more sense that way. See that? Maybe I do want to go darker, though. I want to saturate that. Okay? There, that'll look better. Okay. Maybe a little too dark. All right. But whatever. And then now that I know what color I want for that, I can use it for this. Okay? Maybe I want Archivo. Maybe I want Arial. No, I'll figure it out as I go. There. How's that? Looks a little better now, doesn't it? And again, how do you make the pages? Well, sections of their system, or their look at this long pitch page. This is nothing but content, 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 content. Grab the images, download them, upload them, stick it in. Content, content, content. So many testimonials. Enter all the testimonials yourself in the testimonials module. Module settings, testimonials, testimonials. The module heading is going to be called reviews. This is what you want it to be called. The testimonials URL, reviews.html. That's how I got the right one, because I called it that. How many testimonials do you want per page? 10. Okay. Form email settings. When people are filling out the testimonials and sending them in, who do you want them to go to? Well, you can have them go to me, but you can have them go to you too. What do you want the message to tell them when they send it in? Your testimonial has been received. We will review and approve it shortly. Okay. What about the other one? It's like if there was an error, we were unable to send your email at this time. Sorry for the inconvenience. Please try again shortly. They'll be able to send it. You do not have to hook anything up to make this work. The moment you export this website and upload it and extract it somewhere, or just upload it, use FTP and upload it, okay? Just upload it, put it on your website. That form immediately works. The testimonials and stuff, you don't actually have to go set anything up to make it work. It just automatically works. Change the logos to whatever you want the logos to be. Change the names to whatever you want the names to be. Put in whatever you want this stuff to be. But other than that, you can manually enter your own testimonials. Hello, dashboard, testimonials. and you start doing it. Create a new testimonial. The name, the email, address. It's up to you what you want to put in here. Address could just be a city like Chicago. IL. Boom, that could be the address. Okay. Review heading, whatever you had to say. Look, name was John Tay, right? I think. Email is Johnny Boy, at you'llneverguess.com, But put whatever you want. Review heading, whatever makes sense. And what did Johnny Tay say? Well, let me find him. Something like, I could have made an extra $500,000, 1 million was mine, but it wound up being 2 million. What do I know? Something like that. Could have been $500,000 richer. Some guy said. I thought that was John Tay. Yeah, see how long this page is? I mean, there's just so much content for the pages and everything, right? Oh, there it is. Yeah, and the review text is whatever else it says here. Okay. Can you use global variables? Yep, you can use global variables. Okay. Review date. Give it a day. When did the guy review? Enable it? Yes or no? And so guess what? If I go to testimonials, John Tay, Chicago, Illinois, November 30th, whatever the date, I should have put one in. But I can go fix it and do it. Ken, I could have been $500,000 richer. Hi, Ken, just wanted to let you know that your system really works, da, 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 da. Then comes the next testimonial, which I could just turn off. So you can disable the ones you don't want and enable the ones you do want. And yeah, you can absolutely, use tokens for guys who want to use tokens. Okay. People could share their experience. There it is. Fill out the form. They can send their own testimonial to you, and you can decide whether to approve it or not. You get it? Yeah. Creating a new module. Right now, you can't create a new one. Well, yeah, you can. You can add new, but wait a minute. It's not. Hold on. You're going to be able to. That's what I should be saying. Okay, the only place you can do it now, you can't really do it, but you can do it in the left sidebar. You can create new things in the left sidebar, give it a name, and then any kind of HTML coding will work, source code and all. And that way it'll have a name, and it'll do whatever you paste in here for coding. It could be like visitor tracking coding. It could be anything else. But it's meant for the left sidebar, right? Watch out for this silly go back button keeps being under there. So if you look closely, you see how some of this works. This was set up specifically for YouTube, right? Let me just go back. Featured services is also set up for featured services. Anyone not know how that works? You just highlight whatever featured service and then hold down your control key, highlight whatever other featured service, hit update. And that way, all of those pages that you chose, this is what it is, I chose pages, just became featured services. Isn't that cool? So like your pages for all the different parts of the system you're setting up here, okay, just became different. Facebook Likebox, this is just coding. We just called it Facebook Likebox and just pasted in some HTML coding that we copied from somewhere, like from Facebook. That's it. They give us the coding. We didn't have to know how to do it. We just pasted it in and hit update. Okay. I didn't know how to build that box. This box being here, I don't know how you do that. I copied it. I just copied the coding. Yeah. Client testimonials with George says, da, da, da. How's that one work? That's easy. Call it what you want. Get your image for your guy. I personally don't like the guy's face for the testimonials. I like the girls. Of course, you can upload any face you want for testimonials. I mean, really, whoops, it's in here somewhere, But if you like the guy, if you like the girl, I think the guy looks too professional. I think the girl looks better. Whenever it pops up, then I'll be able to see her again. I forgot what the name of that image is. It's in here somewhere, though. Probably test image. I think, let's see. Ah, yeah, there. Test image. So what? And it wouldn't be George anymore. You know, I might say Nicole. Now, again, I can use global variables for all these things, right? And I do. Nicole, right? It says Nicole from and then city. That's a variable, right? Read more testimonials. If I want to check the link, I can hit source and just take a look and make sure it says reviews.html the right way. Update. Doesn't have to say the yard looks gorgeous either. All right, so that's going to happen. Probably everybody jumping at the same time on it. Let me see. Oh, come on. Of course, it's being slow now there. See? And again, I can rearrange the order just by changing the sort order, right? What do I want? Featured services top, client testimonials there. Save the sorting. You know, what do you want, right? And it all goes in the order you want. Okay, whatever. Client testimonials on top, then YouTube video next. How's that? Save sorting. There we go. All right. Starting to get cool, huh? I mean, once I change these images, you won't even recognize the original site anymore, will you? You get that? Like the only images I haven't changed that completely change it and make it all different now is just those 4 images there. And they're almost squares, right? They're slightly wider than they are tall. I just go find me 4 images off this guy's page that are relatively useful. Maybe I could use some of these and then just resize them down. Look how easy that is. They're almost squares, but they're slightly wider. Isn't that like perfect? I'll draw me 4 of them, you know, maybe grab the little bit of a shadow below it, maybe not. It's just what do I want? That's one. Figure out the right size. It's going to say back here, it says it, right? It tells you what it is. Global settings. 4 images below. What's it say the sizes have to be? Like, it says must be 247 by 166. It doesn't have to be. It just has to be close. What it's really trying to say is it has to be pretty much that ratio, which this pretty much is. But if width is more important, and it kind of is, I'll start with width, image, resize, and I'll just scale to, what's it say, 247, right? 247. And it's 247 by 163 already. This says 247 by 166. Heck, man, I'll make it 166 at this point. Don't keep the aspect ratio anymore because I'm just being exact. It's almost for fun. But I can save that as, watch this, for anyone who's just wondering, right? SL, we'll just call this like F, you know, for image, right? F1. And I don't need it to be a PNG. I can just make it a JPEG. You can change it to anything you want, though. Now, let's do it. Let's get that thing and just see how it looks. Upload, choose, F1, upload, double-click, update. Let's go look at it now. Look at that. What do you think, guys? Isn't that neat? You see how fast it is to get this thing done? Make it just the way you want. There's no reason why this is a troublesome beast. It doesn't have to be. I'm going to have so much yellow. I like the way the yellow plays off the red. I was almost thinking maybe I can play off a yellow background or something, and I thought, nah, that just pulls the yellow away, you know. But there you go. I mean, you can do however you want with this stuff. You just got to take it one step at a time and build it all in. It's just like building a website, but you're being shown how to do it right, and it's just made really, really easy for you to do, so you don't have to try to figure out how to handle the coding for it. You don't, you know, just whatever. As far as the rest of the stuff that we don't have controls for yet, we will soon. We're going to have a whole different form capture element to this. It's going to be a lot more controlled soon. But other things is just when you download the web page. You can change it in the coding when you download it, or you can just change it by finding the right thing to edit, like the main-banner.php has the block in here. So you can overwrite the CSS tags by just overwriting it. You know, some of you guys already kind of know how to do that. I wonder if I still have it in here. Yeah, I do. Restore. I wonder if I'll just see it. Like I said, out of Control F, it was scheduled service. What's it now? Contact us now. Hello. Okay, contact us now. See how it says division ID banner form? And then it goes on. Contact us now. The division ID, that's for forming a box, right? A division, a box within a box within a box, so that you get these different layers to the box look kind of thing. But that's exactly what it is. It's the actual form, okay? And it tells you about that message box with that thing. Here are the pieces of it, names required, email, phone, address. You could change those. You could probably even just take them out, right? Just be careful to make backups before you do it, right? Because if you want to say, can I just remove that, you may not be able to. You may not. There might be another part of this form that fully expects that to be there. Whoops. And if you don't get it right, then you might break something. But just make a backup first. Okay? Don't save changes until you make a backup. Copy, paste. There. Now I got a backup just in case. Okay? Now let me go edit the one I want to edit. Control F, contact us. Yeah, here we go. And then I can see what I want to do. I can take out the address if possible. I can take out the phone if I want. And this is where your Aweber coding starts to come into play, right? Because this is literally the thing that you're dealing with. Now, the input type is submit, name is submit, the value is submit now, div class is clear, and that's the end of the form. Okay, you don't see any way of controlling the color on the submit now button here, but it's called submit, it's the input type, and obviously it goes with this banner form box. So we'd have to do some more digging to deal with the green, right? And if I do it now, it's just going to leave a bit of a hole up there, right? I mean, I can try it. I'm trying it. But I think it's going to leave a bit of a hole because I just took 2 blocks out without putting anything else in. Oops. Okay. So just, I could try it. I'll go ahead and overwrite because I do have a backup, see? So, yeah, okay. So now I got a hole, right? I could try to fix the hole some other way, make it taller, you know. Or I might just not care about the hole. I might leave it that way and say that's perfectly sensible the way it is. It's up to me, you know. But that's where we're at until we figure out some better way to do it. So could you really remove the form? Yeah. Could you put something else in there? Yeah. You know, anyone who knows enough coding can pull that off. Just put something else in where that form would have been, you know. And in the meantime, we'll do something more for you guys here soon later so you have more choices. Again, we really enjoy what we're doing with this, and it's just getting crazy and powerful and cool. So, yeah, just stick with us. You know, you're going to enjoy this. And so anyone who wants to start creating different templates and stuff for different industries, if you'd like, if they're neat, you know, we can bring them up. And I don't know, we'll figure something out. Like, for instance, we might put them up, but if you're the Silver Lotto affiliate, say, hey, I'll put up a Silver Lotto template if it can, you know, if you can promote me as the creator of it for guys who want to join Silver Lotto. And the answer will be, yeah, sure. You know, and so things like that can be done for sure. In other words, you do something for us, and then we can make you the spearheader of your templates, okay? So we can put templates up and say, if you want more, go see them, you know, about this thing. And so that's very cool because it gives us more generic templates like this. Because I never get into affiliate. I mean, you guys know me in affiliate programs, right? I mean, those of us who've been around them a long time, you remember our webinars and stuff, George and Brian, SEO webinar, talking about affiliate programs. I mean, it's been like that for years. But those of you who like to create affiliate programs, of course, everyone wants them. No, they want them more than they want anything else. So guys who want to create them, I'll definitely make sure you get your clout for it. And if you have your particular affiliate programs you want to build these for, let us know. As long as we can put them out, then what we'll do is say if you're interested in joining the group, this is the creator of this template who can help you. And what can you do with those people? Create the Mojit projects to help them. So if they get joined through your group, in your downline, then what you'll do is help them really widely get exposed and give a reason for their people to join them. Imagine MLMing out some kind of a small sale of T2H or Moji or both. What if you offer that on the side? You can also rent the system from me. Have you guys noticed that T2H is basically white labeled? If people get this thing, they have no idea who created it. Okay? I wonder if except for this, I'll even take this out because I frankly don't think this matters, right? But this is it. This is the only indication at all where it came from. And that's it. I mean, that's tiny. Beyond that, this whole thing could be yours. And I'll take that piece out. As a matter of fact, I'll just teach you how to take it out. See that login page? Administrator / login PHP. That means if you go here on FTP, you can make it look like you. I just realized that. Go. Find where you're supposed to be. I don't even know where. I thought it was right here. Your results die. Administrator. Down here somewhere is login.php. Download it like to your desktop. An obvious giveaway, Moji Crew, is what? Open with Notepad, Control F, Moji dash, that's all you needed. Okay, we got an image that we're linking to, and it's in the images folder on the website. But in the administrator folder, right? There is an images folder on the administrator folder. So take your image and upload it into the images folder on the administrator folder. Right? At least that's where it's linking to right now. You can see it. Image, sources, images, and this came from inside that administrator folder. So you can change it to your own image. And you can use your own alt coding for the image for stuff you want to show up for. And you can have it link exactly to you on your website. And guess what? You just white labeled this thing. You just made it yours. No one knows where it came from. You bought it from us for $200. You sell it for whatever you want. You can rent it from us for $25 a month for $275 total. So you can still sell for whatever you want and leverage, especially if you're doing bigger batches of business. But the point is, you could get a bunch of guys paying you rental fees. You can rent us. You can tell them that they rent it from you for $50. You rent it from us for $25. What did they get for their $50? You help them set up the site, and once a month, you create an extra 100 pages for each of them who make their payments on time. How's that for wild? That's on the side, but you can do it. You can absolutely do it and be useful and helpful to people in the process of making money on the side. It's not a bad way to go, huh? Get 100 people in your downline, you're just hitting buttons to create pages for each of them. That's pretty simple, And or you're helping them do it. You're helping show them how they can do it for themselves and how they can set it up for their own downline. That's a trip, isn't it? Get them running Moji, getting them running T2H, but doing it from you, not from us. They don't need to know. Moji's trickier because it's hard to get away from the fact that it's obviously us. But T2H is white labeled. You can be getting licenses from us. You guys know that, right? You can buy additional licenses. I mean, we set this thing up knowing that you guys are going to realize, many of you, that you want to bundle these into your sales. You actually want to create projects for people, best plumbers in town. But whether you're doing plumbing or anything else, you're going to want to be building it up, and you're going to want to get a new license. Buy a new license, rent or buy, and my account. You can buy a new license, rent or buy, and then you can go to the download center and you'll have the ability to download the new one and you just send it to the guy who bought it from you, right? As though it was from you. You can white label the bundle, Jelani. Yeah, T2H and Moji. There is no way you can white label Moji because it's like too obvious, right? Well, you know what? I don't even know if that's true anymore. How many of you thought of that? If you didn't tell people where the videos were, you just, set it up for them on your own. You set up your own installation for them. They never opened it. I mean, if they did, so what? They got it from you, obviously. It's like buying a Hoover vacuum cleaner from Best Buy. duh. It's not, Best Buy didn't make the Hoover, but you're still going to buy the vacuum cleaner from there. And it makes sense. They're buying anything from you because of the help you give them, right? Or the way you get them going. But the fact of the matter is, and I got to think about that because it's very true. Like this one T2H emoji thing, okay? I mean, you can rename this anything. It doesn't have to say one T2H emoji at all, okay? And when you go inside, they just need to know to hit whatever steps you tell them to hit. That's true. And again, we can rename these profiles. Mass. All of this can be renamed. Nothing has to say emoji. Nothing has to say T2H. That's absolutely 100% true. You can white label the automation you set up for people and hand them on a silver platter without them ever knowing really where it came from, because they will never get that far. They won't know that much. The only thing is that you'd be installing it for them. Let me think about that one. That's interesting. Hello. Where would I have? Oh, yeah, I wouldn't have it there. I might have it here. Yeah, you might want to install it, like literally remotely install it for them or with them, or you just tell them to do this, do that, and say you got this software from here and there all over the net, especially because it looks already like it's lots of things. There's a thing, 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 there's a thing. It does look like you put this stuff together on your own. You got 2 tools from one place, plus another one, another one, another one, and another one. Okay, so it looks like you figured out how to do it by just finding useful tools on the internet and building your own project with them, building your own little program with them, and making them all work together. And again, it doesn't have to be called anything like this. It can be called whatever you want. I'll come out with some kind of sensible generic names for these things and put them out. Because we do think that a lot of you guys are going to wind up making a lot of money as long as you're bundling in the Theme2HTML with anything you do for people, because then you're handing them control so that they don't have to pay you every time they want to make some little change. How many of you understand the math behind that? I'll explain it. Some guys say, well, if I do the website for the guy, okay, who knows what you'll do the website for the guy for? They'll say, I'll do the website for $350. And then they might come back 3 more times that year, or once or twice or 3 times. Or they might come back a bunch of times, and they might spend some money. And I'll say, hey, for every little change you make, I want to charge you, who knows what, $25, $50. Well, I'll tell you what, figure out the average. Say you did 100 sales to 100 different people. All right, that's 35 or 350 times 100, 35,000 in work. But then you're kind of hoping that of these 100 people, you're hoping a lot of them come back for changes, a lot. But it's not really true now, is it? Some come back for some changes here and there. And most of those would just be like the small stuff, $50 here, $100 there, you know. Oh, our email address changed because we got too much spam. Can you update the email address on our site? Oh, we have another page here. Can you stick it in the menu? You know, that kind of thing, right? So it's not really big. So what we say is this. Figure out what your average is. The average guy spent $350, and then he comes back 3 times for $50 each. That's average. So we add that $150. Why not just sell it to him, not just for $500, but the view of being able to control your own site, do all your own changes excites people. So you can already sell it to them for $850, $849, and they will actually find that completely fair. You're helping them figure out how to get their first website going. And you've got a choice. Either you do their first website for them and hand it to them with the admin panel, or you say, instead of me doing it with you, we're going to do it together. I'll hop on remotely with you and spend a couple of hours walking you through how to do it and then showing you the videos for backup, you know, the library of videos or whatever it is you want to do, because you don't even have to show them us. And that way, they get all excited because you're handing the person whose job is to create the pages and saying your first job is to go create a bunch of these pages, right, by copying and pasting from your old site. Let me show you with one page, okay? Whoops. And there's an undo button. How many of you guys go, Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no. And you think, how do I undo? And the answer is undo, 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 undo. All right. So yeah, so you can actually walk them through the whole thing and just get it all to happen the first time around. Right? So that, or get them to understand what they're doing. And they're excited now. They want to take off and do it. By the way, what did I not do? I did not, on the main page, change the SEO friendly fields at the bottom, did I? You know, what's this say? But it still says best landscaping company because I'm using the tokens. Best search keyword or second keyword search keyword, something in city SS. I mean, you can use whatever you want for the tokens, but you could say best lotto playing system in the world, you know. And then for your meta description, again, just steal it off their site, right? Or just get it from here. Hey, man, update and reload. Refresh. Okay. Best lotto playing system in the world. Of course, it shouldn't say website upgrade services. So I'll go change that. Silver Lotto. Update. See how fast that is? Yeah. And so when you bundle something like this, people feel incredible power. Well, raise the price. People pay more for power they never had before in their lives. And most people never, ever would have dared assume that they could possibly handle a website on their own. How many of you are finding this too hard for people to do? Right? I'm going to put that original main banner thing back up. Right? Okay. Because I don't like that whole. It's just driving me nuts. Rename. How many of you feel like this is just too hard for people to do? I walked into the bank, got chatting with my banker. And at one point he said, show me what you're doing. And I did. And actually that doesn't go in there. It doesn't. It goes out here. And I did. And I said, look at how easy it is for you to figure out. And he sat there and he started playing with it. I'd say, now do this, do that. And he just started doing it. And he got obsessed. Oh, my God. He goes, I can't believe it. I can understand what you're talking about. I can see how to do this. I can make this work. Never thought he could before. It just seemed really wild to him and couldn't believe he could do it. Right? Isn't that cool? Yeah. Yeah. I know. We all forget how much we know about computers when we just think, man, there are a lot of people who don't know anything about it. This is the way you make a living, is realizing that this kind of skill alone is so amazing to some people, right? Me, I thought I already told you and showed you how to do it in a way, you know, by saying, well, obviously everything in the template's editable. Go change anything you want into anything you want. And I kind of figured you must be able to sort of see this already without my help. But of course, when I actually sit down and start doing it with you, then you think, oh, wow, I didn't realize you could do it that easily, right? Well, guess what? If you were showing me what I could do as an affiliate in your group, if it was your video that you made, okay, literally where you're saying, hey, let me help you, and this is the stuff we're going to teach you how to do, or anything. Man, if you were showing me how to do this with my own affiliate panel and set it up for myself, call me if that makes sense, email me if that makes sense, change the email that this sends to. You know how to do that, right? Module, header schedule form. What email does it send to? You just type it in here and hit update. That's it. That changes where this sends the email right away, right? That's simple. Okay. You can test on yourself anytime you want, and then go fill it out and send a message to yourself, you know, any email. All right. Yeah, guys, get into it, get interested in it, see what you can do for people with it, and people are amazed when they see it. Really, just show it to somebody who had no idea you were going to show it, and just say, do you think this is easy for making a website? You know, I do. I'm just curious what you think, you know, and literally show someone. You'll be surprised how excited this makes somebody, you know, being able to do things like this. It's really interesting to people. Global variables. You know, all you have to do to use the global variables you want is create them and then just go copy the coding anywhere in any of the pages where you want the coding to be, anywhere you put it. If you want it here, residential and commercial maintenance company, just global variables, you know, find your company or whatever you want, first day of business, last day of business, whatever you want. You can go through here and get anything you want and just copy it. And then just come back and Control V to paste it. You know, close this thing back down again if you want. Update and reload. And that's before using the spinner, you know. And what was that? It was a landscape maintenance, services, maintenance.html, you know. Yeah, that's the maintenance 1.html. Let me get the other one. Yeah, I don't know why I have both pages on. See that? I mean, just that simple. Wherever you put them, you know, they'll work suddenly. Okay. Yeah, whatever you want to do. And yeah, your living is just being able to show people that they can do stuff like this when they never thought they could before. It almost seems futuristic, you know, really. A lot of people don't have a sense that they can do this, and certainly that they don't know they can do it like this. And then when you tell them, once we get your website done to your satisfaction, your 15-page website, we're going to turn it on. We'll go to global settings, Google and other colors, hit yes, update, and that's it. That's all you have to do. Now you just wait. Google find it. You know, we should submit a sitemap though. But beyond that, what's the only other thing? You can already start talking about, let's make this website massive. Let's go for thousands of keyword combinations that people are typing so that everyone who sees one of these pages immediately sees this bit at the top and these here and this down here. And if they start reading, that'll be kind of the boring part, but what'll be the cool part is all the rest of it. And anything they click will immediately go to those pages right away. Okay? On all those thousands of emoji pages, the whole menu will work perfectly, and all of this stuff will work perfectly. Everything will work perfectly. Even this email form will. It'll work perfectly. And so you can get up for thousands and thousands of keywords with that UAP filler for these web pages, and you can do it easily. All right, guys. I'm going to call it quits. It's been like a long chat. Anyone have any specific questions other than you remember where I said to go, and I'll put that bit up, and you guys will be able to grab it. And don't forget about that login.php inside the administrator panel. You can actually white label it for yourself as simply as changing that. How's that? Isn't that cool? It's only $200. Oh my God! I mean, it's only $200. So get it however you want. You know, for any client, you say $200 is my hard cost. After that, it's cash in my pocket. For anything I do, it's cash in my pocket. I'm sure I can find somebody who wants me to do something for them. What's the coolness of having those templates pre-built like that? There's plumbers all over the nation, and that thing will work for them. There's landscapers all over the nation. That thing will work for them, you know, all that stuff. And anything you want to build on your own. If you want to start doing something like this, now you see how, you know. Yeah, your goal tomorrow is to have at least one sale, right? How hard would that be? Yeah. Standard retail of like $1,500? Yeah, that's a good point because it's fair. Wait, let me show you another example. Okay, here is, okay, and again, we were doing so much researching on companies that use this model because we discovered this model is quite convertible. I thought that's what it was called. Must be something like this. Let's see. Yeah. Okay. All right, here's this. It's kind of similar, except that this is a different version of the page slightly. There was this thing about this bit that changed in here. Okay, whatever. Anyway, what do I want to say? This, tell me what you think this website cost when they made it for this company. Just give me a clue. Anyone know? What do you think? Throw it in the air. It's kind of what you think it is. This is their website. $25,000, $25,000, this website. Okay. When you sell websites to companies, I mean, really, you can go out with some prospects and talk to them for lunch and walk away with a $7,500 sale. You can walk away with a $12,500 sale. Somebody walked into a jewelry store, got chatting with them, and walked out with a check for $7,500 down. Okay. Now, these I mean, it's a nice site, more or less, okay? But really, what we have is good enough, and it's way better than what a lot of people offer. Remember how we found that Indiana homeopath on the first page? I guarantee if you go through 5 pages, again, how long does it take? Indiana homeopath, homeopathy. And what should I do? Should do this on Firefox. I'm going to show you a bit of technique real fast to finding potential clients real fast. This is simple and so cool. Go get those add-ons. We've got them somewhere. We were talking to people about it, like Moji toolbars. Let me just see if that's true. MojiCrew.com toolbars. People have asked us, maybe the read me first. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, this read me first right here. Let me give you this link. And that's what it is, moji-crew.com/toolbars will do it. Okay, it'll forward here. We've got all these add-ons for Firefox that you should go ahead and get in that read me. It's really a good thing to do. Now let me show you why. Watch this one. I can't do it now. Yeah, of course. Let me do this again. Indiana homeopathy. Okay. Let me start on page 2. I'm going to start to try to open the usual suspects, and let me just follow something I've been doing, because I've been doing this already, right? Open link, open link, open link, open link. Okay. Go to page 3. Okay. Find more. I'm just going to go through a bunch of anyone with some basic website that looks like it may not be really Smart School Finder's different. Simplified Marketing Solutions. That's funny. All right. Homeopathy.org. Maybe, maybe not. Okay. Now take a look. First guy. What do I want to notice? Okay. This is the stuff about getting those add-ons. Page rank of 2. That's not so huge. 1,030 pages. All right. These guys, if I were going to pitch them, they understand the value of having a lot of pages. We can talk about the value of adding a lot more. Partially because they must be seeing some benefit from this 1,000 because they have a page rank of 2. So they have enough page rank to carry them along. Now, if they had like a page rank of 4 in 1,000 pages, then I'd be talking to them as hard as I could about get 5,000, 10,000 more pages on your site, canvassing all the keywords because you have enough link juice to cover it all, right? Page rank to cover it all. But they're not bad. They can kind of understand what's going on. Do I really need to consider them a client? No. And you may not feel daring enough, but let's just keep going. Okay. Page rank of 4, 235. Ooh, perfect. If I could get in their ear long enough for them to listen, they're going to want me to get away at first. I'm just going to have to keep flapping my jaw until they catch on to the fact that I'm saying something smart. They have a page rank of 4 and only 235 pages. You know how much more visible they would be? I don't know if they're interested in it or not. If they put a bunch more pages on that site, because they have so much juice, right? Page rank of 4, for crying out loud, to carry them easily. Okay, what else? All right, these guys, they look more just like a directory. I mean, I could probably send them 800 messages and they'll never even notice. They got a link juice of 8,390 pages. Sounds about right, but they're a directory. They probably can't go any further than this, and they're not going to listen to me, per se. I don't even have pages that make sense for them, so forget about them. I might close the other ones just to close them, just because I'm trying to show you what I mean to say. These guys, 0 link juice, 5 pages. They're the first people I'm going to talk to. They don't know crap. That's all. They don't know crap. I'm going to try to help them understand something. I'm going to put Indiana homeopathics into my global variables to make it say that on the website. I'm going to use something from here in the banner, try to make it feel like them a little bit. I'm going to grab that logo. Either it's a real logo or I'm going to copy it, cut it, paste it, whatever, snag it, bleed it into the whatever. I'm just going to take it and put it on the website, you know. I'm going to make that their logo. I'm going to make it look like them on a much better page. I'm going to copy the contents from these pages onto mine and make them a real quick 5-page website. How's that? Yes. Okay. All right. And again, I could do that with any more. What do you see? Page rank of 3, 212. Not too bad. 0, 455. Look at this. Anyone recognize this? That's funny. That cracks me right up. You see this? Who recognizes this? Yeah, some of you guys definitely do, right? This is going back a long time. This is the UAP before it became a UAP, right? This was, what was it, the V3, the V4? We built it only for the purpose of backlinks to one place or another. We like hit all those backlinks and everything. Can you believe that? Man, that's so funny. It wasn't even useful to read the pages. It was only for backlinks. Nobody ever clicked on anything. That was so funny. I can't even believe it. Yeah. But there you go. Page link juice of 419 pages on the site. What the heck? Now, they might be like a university, homeopathy.org society. They probably don't need anything from me. But there you go. Okay. And then what? I take the ones I want to a list, stick it on Excel or something, you know. I'm going to contact these people or do these projects. I may as well put it here. All right. Then I'm going to keep on going. Close those other tabs. Yeah, close them. Get to the next page and keep on going. Who else am I going to open? You see what I'm doing here? This is how you uncover the guys who need you real fast. PageRank 1, 33 pages. Yeah, she's going on my list, right? And then I'm just going to do some projects on these people and put them out as demos and offer them for just small amounts. Payment plan, half down, half to follow. Leave them in a lot better shape than they were in. Okay. All right, guys. I think that's enough for tonight. Yeah, getting your page rank up is a matter of getting backlinks. In our case, it's a matter of creating multiple Mojit sites. Again, different domain names, different hosting accounts. Last thing I'm going to say, let me see if I have it here, or nope, it would be here. You can read all about PageRank, link juice. Oh, I know where we put it. Resources page. There's just stuff. SEO checklist, data but still useful. Okay. Backlinks trainer, PageRank trainer, link juice calculator, all of it on the regular resources page, right? I mean, when people say, how do we do this stuff, I think, go to the resources page. You know, I put a lot of writing out. That's true. It's a lot of stuff, but it's valuable. I mean, it's valuable. There's no way I can just teach it in an hour. This stuff is like university course level, and it goes on for a couple of years. But I got a couple of years worth of course stuff out there for sure. Yep. Yeah, low page rank, small number of websites, people with crappy looking websites, people not showing up on the front page for a regular keyword, and those are like easy hanging fruit. Now, they probably aren't very far into the game, right? They probably, if they have low page rank and a small number of web pages, you're going to talk to people who are going to be really slow to grasp any of the concepts. If you look for a guy who has low page rank but a lot of web pages, they're probably building them by hand. They're typing, and what you should do is talk to them about doing backlinks for them. You're going to create a second website that backlinks the first one with related pages that relate to what they're talking about. That's the best thing to do, right? There was a guy on Warrior Forum I saw the other day was selling a spot on a PageRank 5 web page or something. He goes, we're opening it for 20 outbound links at $1,300 each. And I just thought, man, anybody who's buying, and he said, well, we can't tell you what the page is yet. It's kind of like a secret. And I was thinking to myself, anybody who's buying that's a fool. I mean, that's a bad idea. Because PageRank doesn't mean anything unless it's about you. You can go put a comment on a news article that's a PageRank 5 web page right now. And the news article could say, a member of British Parliament was offended when so-and-so did such and such. And you've got a backlink on there to yourself going, hey, that's too bad. Great article, though. If you need to get janitorial supplies, click here. And it's your link to bobsjanitorialsupplies.com. Bob's Janitorial Supplies does not get hardly any value out of that PR5 backlink, even though we put it on there free, because Google can see zero relationship between UK Parliament, offended, such and such and so and so, and janitorial supplies being some link in the comment section at the bottom of the page. No relationship. That outbound link to janitorial supplies, there are no words janitorial supplies on that page about the UK Parliament member being offended by someone doing something, right? There is no match. So it doesn't matter that it's a page rank 5. It's a page rank 5 for UK Parliament stuff, for being offended stuff, for other stuff that the page had to say. The words matter, the words on the page. Your backlink matters, the words in your backlink. the content of your site matters, the words in the content of your site. Yep, it's all about relevancy. What's a massively cool thing about Moji? We can deep backlink our own pages with completely relevant content, and we can do that hard and fast across several domains, and yes, it works. If you don't sandbox yourself by overdoing it, it's easy to go too far. I always say like 5 pages per keyword per website, you know, but then you can backlink yourself the same way, deep backlink, and you're just doing yourself a world of good. You can show up for a ton of things. You can pierce through the real estate competition, although that's more. Don't go after that unless you're aiming for 50 or 100 websites. I always tell people flatly, I don't care what page of Google you go to, it costs at least $850, no matter what keyword you want. Okay? What, silver, I don't care, silver lotto. It costs at least $850, more like $1,150 because you need dedicated IPs, to own the front page. It doesn't matter if it's Silver Lotto, Insider Money System, Tukwila Landscaping, Indiana Homeopathy, or anything you want. It costs at least $1,150 to own the front page of 1 thing, 2 things, 3 things, 4 things, 5 things, 6 things, 7 things. In other words, you have to invest $1,150 because you have to have 10 different hosting accounts from HostMonster. You have to. Once you do that, you can shove one thing to being everything on the front page. You can make it all yours, which of course is the beginning of ROI. Return on investment starts by shoving all the competitors that you can to page 2 and taking their spots. Now, once you do spend that kind of money and get that many hosting accounts, you can put many projects on those same hosting accounts. You can have a project for Mother's Day flowers, and you can take over Mother's Day flowers. You can have a project for Silver Lotto, take over Silver Lotto. Have a project for Chicago plumbers, take over Chicago plumbers. Is it really true that you can get everything with only 10? Nah. You know, those Chicago plumbers have been fighting for a while. You know, guys in Seattle, that's really hard to compete with because they're really web savvy around here. The industries are web savvy. But you have to have at least 10 different hosting accounts to possibly be all of the results on the front page for anything, any one thing, okay? That's the idea. Is just get that in your head and you realize that's important, that if you want to play the real game, that is the real game. That's where it really starts and what it's really all about. All right. Okay, I had fun showing you tons of stuff, but what most people do, they work their way up the ladder, right? It's like playing Monopoly. You put some stuff on, get paid a bit, use the money, reinvest in your next hosting accounts. It lets you get paid a lot better. So you turn the money around, reinvest, get more houses that lead to hotels, da-da-da-da-da. All right. Hey, guys, I hope you learned a lot. I hope you find this interesting. Get out there, play with it. It's powerful stuff. Really crazy, powerful stuff that you can do whatever you want with if you use your imagination. All right. Thanks for coming. Have a good night. You guys take care.